Okay, you're ready.
Thank you. I would like to call this operations work group meeting dated October 9th, 2023 to order. To kick us off, we do have some public speakers, I believe, two in person, two virtual. Um, I'm not sure. We can start with the two virtual speakers and go to the two in person.
Okay, our first virtual speaker is Signe Bainai.
Hello, everyone. My name is Signe Bainai. Thank you so much to the members of this body for allowing me to speak. I am a mother of two children, and my children attend Anana. It's an elementary school located in a residential area in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm here today to advocate for a fence to be installed at all of our elementary schools. My son is autistic and nonverbal. He is in kindergarten, and we're only a month into the school year, and my son has eloped from school several times. Today, most recently, was another incident of elopement. On 3 occasions, he actually made it off school grounds. On one occasion, he was so far off school grounds that staff had to search for him, and they eventually found him sitting on the ground on a neighboring bike path. Staff has implemented some strategies to try to address that behavior, such as occupational therapy in school to learn the word stop and staying with an adult, social stories to go through and read and learn more about stopping rather than running away and playing or chasing. He has a one-to-one at all times. We have modified his recess to limit his outside time and to reduce opportunities of elopement. We've placed, the school staff has placed cones in front of emergency doors to deter from exit-seeking behaviors, and having him wear a safety vest so that it's easy to keep him in the line of sight. While I appreciate these strategies, they do not meaningfully address the issue. Despite these measures, my son has still eloped several times. My son needs to learn how to be safe outside. The staff are willing to work with him and to redirect him, but they aren't able to do so because the opportunities that would be available to him are, I guess, for lack of a better term, reprioritized and balanced and weighed against his safety. His safety is always at risk. Instead of having those teachable moments, staff are forced to chase after him during the elopement attempts, and my son has no danger awareness. We cannot get to the root of the problem as why he's eloping. I suspect on some level that my son has made a game out of it. He's interpreted the staff's response to keep him safe as a play opportunity. However, this is greatly impacting his ability and his options to keep him safe and have access to full public education. So I'm asking for this body to please consider my cries, my pleas. I don't want the reactive measures that most bodies and governmental functions have, I guess, the propensity to make. We're really reactive in a lot of situations. We could be preventative. This is a residential area, has neighboring daycares, apartment complexes, and streets and thoroughfares. And my fear is that my son will run out into traffic as he typically tries to do, even when I am with him. I have to, keep a really close eye on him when we are out in public. I can only go into fenced areas to make sure that he can have his playtime in a safe way. And it's really important that all of our elementary schools have this feature, because I know that my son is not the only child that's eloping. I was unable to get the statistics from the school district in time for this meeting. I'm happy to continue to work with this body and find out other measures on how we can get the fencing installed, but it needs to happen for all elementary schools, not just for autistic kids, but to keep all kids safe. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker online is Marlia Mackey.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to come and bring in the concern that I'm hearing from many other parents around the bus transportation challenges around access and having enough drivers every day. We've had extremely inconsistent bus access for our son on a regular basis, and he and many other kids have some special challenges that really make the consistency important for them. We've had more days, I think, that the bus either has come an hour late or we just have had to drive him than we have where he has actually been able to ride the bus and it's shown up. Many parents I've talked to are just at wit's end with trying to figure out, how people are missing work. I'm driving several other kids and missing my work while I'm transporting the children. I see kids laying all over the corner on where the bus stop is near our home and just waiting, and really it's becoming an unsafe situation. So my plea to this group is to think about a higher level executive leadership plan on this. I understand, I've talked to people at the superintendent's office and transportation. I understand they're sending people to talk to the bus company. I've talked to the bus company. I really think a higher level solution is needed here around access with bus drivers. This Madison metropolitan area cannot support the amount of bus drivers that are needed for our current schedule that is on from what I can see. And I would just encourage others to think about what you can do. I understand contract management and why we need to push the contractor to do what they signed up to do. But if the area cannot support that level of bus drivers, I really feel like something needs to be done and quickly for the amount of kids that are out there. I'm also really concerned about the disparities that come into play when kids can't get rides to school. We already have enough disparities in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have two in-person speakers. Our first speaker is Greg Markle.
Hi.
Sit anywhere.
Great. Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to come and speak. I speak about Operation Fresh Start and the current budget situation we're in. And first, I'd like to really thank Superintendent Kivistad for helping us work through some bumps in the road over the last month. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm also very grateful to Board Member Castro and others here who are supporting an amendment to restore Fresh Start to close to what our budget number was last year. Beyond that, I come with gifts. I come with 200 signatures from your constituents and our friends who support an amendment to restore Fresh Start to funding so that every young person has that opportunity to have a fresh start. So I'll pass around an empty one so they can read what it says. This is a gift to us in recognition of our wonderful partnership and everything which has been achieved through this. So please take this as a gift as we continue to work on this petition to support this partnership. I come with another gift. I come with a $500,000 gift. So by restoring the funding, the $117,000, what that enables Fresh Start to do is leverage that to garner $500,000 in other funding to support those same young people. The cost to MMSD per young person for the programming is about $7,000. From that, for half the young people, which that's what this would bring us back to, is bring us to full, we raise about $500,000 from state, local, federal, and donations of people in the community who care about these young people. So I bring this gift to you so that you can recognize that $117,000 budget amendment nets an additional $500,000 towards the budget to support these young people. Most importantly is, what does this gift mean to the young people? It means following educated practices, research-based practices on supporting how these young people need to learn. It means year-round programming rather than programming with an interruption in the middle. It means program-based, project-based education, which we know is more expensive, but is relevant to the young people and how they need to learn. It means programming for folks who are reading at below a 9th grade level, when other programming, alternative programming such as a GGO2, according to DPI, is specifically set for young people reading at a 9th grade level or above. And we're able to help those young people at below that level. So it means a driver's license. Our programming engages in a driver's license because we know a driver's license is the second most important prerequisite to employment in Dane County. So all of our young people work towards a driver's license in programming. And it means a ratio of 6-to-1 staff to participants, which is lower than MMSD is able to provide just with their funding. So this gift, this partnership can create a lot for young people who need it. Our referrals are through the roof from counselors in your schools who say that our young people need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final in-person speaker is Brian McMahon.
Hi, good evening. As many of you know, Fresh Start has a 53-year history of our graduates being successful in our community. And education has been a foundational programmatic domain since its beginning. We're successful because our model operates within this nexus of education, workforce development, and positive youth development. I've been with Fresh Start for 25 years. And during that time, our continual partnership development with MMSD has strengthened student outcomes, district outcomes, and our community as a whole. Just want to give a little historical perspective. In 2008, OFS was part of an initial cohort, one of 7 programs across the country to receive a Bill and Melinda Gates Grant Foundation focusing on building post-secondary pathways. This grant catalyzed us to develop our secondary curriculum gateways, and we've been honing it ever since, much of it in collaboration with MMSD. In 2012, when our partnership became formalized with Innovative and Alternative Education, our partnership helped strengthen the integration of career planning into curriculum, recognizing student assets and aspirations in connection with family sustaining careers. Our career development curriculum helps each student assess who am I within the world of work, where am I going, and how do I get there? While our students have always engaged in construction and conservation projects, learning-based work platforms, we're not mass-producing carpenters and conservationists through the Legacy program. We assist each and every student in Legacy to be as competitive as they can possibly be for whatever career goal they've identified and find that best fit next step that helps them begin their career path. The reality is many of our students are those hands-on tactile learners. They thrive by seeing and doing. And 30% or so want to continue on this work as a career. And we do have strong pathways to establish careers with top-tier construction firms and other municipal, state, natural resource entities and land stewardship organizations. The others we help place in their identified industries like healthcare, IT, finance, advanced manufacturing, you name it. And with new programs at OFS like CareerPoint, we're better positioned to continue to help our shared students prepare for, connect, and be placed with other industry top tier employers in Madison College once they graduate from the Legacy program. Together, we built this. In 2018, OFS joined with the Office of Youth Reengagement. With this office, we continue to focus on improving the rigor and relevance of our approved curriculum. In 2021, MMSD and OFS developed crosswalks between the gateways and the state of Wisconsin graduation requirements. We've also built a framework for financial literacy that results in personalized banking, personalized relationships with banking institutions. Yeah, I know I'm out of time. Just want to talk about the community impact. MMSD partnership provides a truly equitable path forward for our marginalized populations and effectively combats general wealth disparities. Together, we strengthen our community. I appreciate each of your time and attention tonight. We do not do this work alone. My ask is that you continue to support this nationally recognized partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public speaking portion of the meeting. On to item 3.1, approval of minutes. I move to approve the minutes from the operations work group meeting dated September 18th, 2023.
Second, Maya.
Second from Maya. All those in favor? All right, motion carries 7-0. Okay, so we have 4 items that we will be hearing tonight. We will have the final third Friday September counts for our district, the final variable in the budget. Have some good news to share there. We will have an update and an opportunity to give input regarding our food and nutrition update. We'll be hearing about the current state of transportation and how the board can assist improve our transportation situation, see where we can invest or make shifts possible. And finally, we will review our board policy 1301. The policy team spent a decent amount of time synthesizing everyone's feedback. A huge thank you to everyone who submitted feedback. And I feel good that we can come to a final product that will work for all of us. So with that being said, I will give it off to Bob, who has our third Friday September count numbers.
Thanks, Chair Castro. Let's see, we'll be putting up PowerPoint. Before we get into it, we want to cover our normal issues a little bit more important. Today is Indigenous Peoples Day. Governor Evers has a really nice press release and video out. 5 years ago, Governor Evers the Indigenous Peoples Day, 12 Native nations in the state of Wisconsin, and very positive that we take a moment to reflect on Ho-Chunk lands here in Madison. But the work that the nations have done and the issues of recognizing and celebrating Indigenous people. So I want to start with that and then on our strategic frameworks, Jesse, in terms of keeping us centered on the goals of every child is on track to graduate ready for college, career, and community. The district and every school in it is a place where children, staff, and families thrive, and African-American children and youth excel in school. For our strategic frameworks, along with those goals come our core values of belonging, excellence, racial equity, and social justice, voice, focus, and creativity. Chair Castro already mentioned the agenda for tonight is to talk about third Friday counts, food and nutrition update that I'm excited to hear about, the partnerships that our food program staff are doing, the transportation update, and board policy review. So third Friday September count, exciting news. And I just want to focus on the positive of this, and then I'll temper you in terms of what it means to school finance, but the tempering will happen at a later date, or later today. So the next slide, we talked about the importance, the reality of the revenue limit membership being 3 years. We talk about this at every meeting. September 23 count is the last year of our current 3-year count, but also is a student count that then will build into our base looking forward. And so the hard number reported to the Department of Public Instruction, and we'll put the caveat that these numbers, just the next slide, these numbers do change throughout the year as we have students coming into the district and leaving the district, and looking back in terms of how you can count students. But the real important point, and I want to focus on the middle line, the September FTE count, the third Friday in September count, full-time equivalency. So it's not head count, it's a membership count, an increase to 25,581, which on the one hand, compared to prior law, is just 34 FTE. But it's in the backdrop that we talked about at the last operations work group, where we were actually projecting a decline. So Jesse, if you go to the next slide. So the real big news is, again, I want to focus on the September FTE. So now we're comparing what we projected, we being UW Applied POP and our data and research folks working with the budget policy and county and my predecessor, we were projecting 25,013 kids for the third Friday FTE. And we ended up being at 25,501, which is a 568 increase FTE, which is amazing and very good news as we look forward to the future in terms of not only did we increase from the year before, but we did much better than our projections. And so I just want to pause and say that's awesome news because, you know, my mind races ahead to how the formulas work. And I know, although it's great news and something that we can build on and be really happy about looking forward as we look to 24, 25 and project the number of families and students we're serving. This is truly a good thing. Now, this is 1 year, right? And we're looking for a trend and we're hoping it stems a decline. The hard thing about this is we've been looking at this, we as a district have been looking at this along with outside Applied Pops and other firms that estimate student populations, and they've been projecting a decline. And so the difficult thing, the other side of the reality is just one time and what's going on with the trends. And so our data folks are going to be spending a lot of time looking in more detail at grade by grade what it is. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what we know in terms of what we reported to the Department of Public Instruction, large categories that we pulled off our system, that 25,581 compared to the 25,547 from last year. And it's a little bit different than what I would have expected it to be. We had a 17 child FTE. I'm going to talk about now head count. So we had 17 more children in 3-year-old preschool special education compared to last September. We actually had 58 fewer students in 4-year-old kindergarten compared to last year, which was a little surprising to me. We had 14 more kids in full day 5-year-old kindergarten. And we had 48 more students, scholars in grades 1 through 12. So I think us that have been looking at this would have expected those numbers to kind of play out a little bit almost in reverse, right? And not having the increase in grades 1 through 12. So I'm interested to start working with our research folks and UW Applied Pops to see what the trends were as we look forward. But again, very, very positive in terms of the increase in students. So I'll do my summary, just kind of an update. We talked about this at the last session. Our summer school was down a little bit, but we've accounted for that. And primarily, again, we believe, as a reminder, it was access to classrooms with our comprehensive improvements to the high schools. Some of the other schools going on in terms of the renovations. I talked about the positive of the third Friday September increase. And the increase will definitely help us maintain revenue limits moving forward. But we are in overall, the trend is a decline in enrollment. So it makes our revenue picture very, very difficult in terms of how the legislature has created revenue limits. We lose many more dollars in revenues than we do in reducing costs as students exit our system, right? The legislature does not account at all for a loss in revenue to equate with normal operation of schools. So that's a problem in state law, and we're not the only district that is dealing with this. 3/4 of the districts in the state of Wisconsin have declining enrollment. I'll just opine a little bit. The legislature has refused to make changes to that and recognize that. So we're left with very few options as we've talked about as we look forward. The independent charter schools is truly an estimate. Some preliminary numbers did come in. I had put in 600. I think that's going to end up being less. We'll get final counts at the end of this week on Friday the 13th. State is required by the 15th of October to give us our general equalization age certified number, along with revenue limits that we'll use and the end of October at the October board. So those numbers will come come in play and be reported. But it's likely the preliminary numbers are quite a bit less than the 600. But that didn't come to light until after presentations. And again, the final numbers will be presented on Friday from the state. So any questions?
Okay. Board Member Pearson,
Yeah, thanks, Mike. When will we get that number for the final amount when you get it on Friday?
They normally, I didn't confirm, that they normally put it out like 9 AM
Okay.
by 10 AM in the morning.
Okay.
They'll put it out on the site, so we'll have it then.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a very obvious, sorry.
yeah, we have Board Member Simpkin followed by Board Member Muldrow and then Board Member Vandermeulen.
I didn't even see the other hands. I apologize, Chair.
So Bob, I have what I think is an easy question. So we increased the pay to teachers for summer school last year. And I thought that that exchange meant that we were planning to have a reduction in enrollment in order to balance the budget. And so I guess I just want to double check my memory here, that it wasn't that less students were interested, but it was that we intentionally did that to make sure we were fully staffed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but I do know our June budget estimated that we would have 370 FTE. And I assume that was a number that was based on all the decisions the board had up to that point in time. So when the number came in at 300, I was surprised. But I knew we had a space consideration. I knew we had increased teacher pay, and I thought all of our sessions were fairly full. So I kind of got my fingers crossed that there'll be a data correction on that as the year goes on. But right now, I think it's going to be pretty solid. We're just down compared to the budget numbers.
Okay, so even though we had 370 spaces based on the budget change that we made for staffing, we still had less children enrolled or less students enrolled. So that I'm bringing that up because I wanted to see about, as we're thinking about next year for summer school, and if we want to make any adjustments again, what type of interest we might have in summer school, if those numbers are trending lower, or if that is really made it lower. So I guess based on that, it sounds like there was just a lower trend from this last year.
Yeah, a lower reality. In 2028, we had 338 FTE. In 2021, we had 412. And so I believe the idea was we were going to try to build up to where we had been a few years before, pre-pandemic. And so I believe the June number of 370 was building on what we had success the year before, but it didn't come in through the counts. And so that's something I talked
Oh, Cindy.
Cindy about
Oh, good.
our research people. So that's going to be a key piece. Summer school is a key piece when we're going
Yeah.
forward. It's critical.
Good evening, Board Member Simpkin, would you just repeat your question? I was trying to listen and also not interrupt if it was not necessary, but I'm happy to answer it if you could repeat your question.
Right, Cindy, so I'm remembering the conversations that we had last spring around increasing the salary of our teachers for summer school. And in exchange for that, the budget stayed the same, and so we were planning to take less students. I'm wondering, was that 370 count that was projected in June of 2023, was that the total number of spaces we had available after those adjustments were made? And then we only had 300 students actually enrolled? Is that, am I reading that correctly?
It's a great question. So a few things. The original projection was based on more students potentially enrolling. And then when we made the adjustment to the salary. As you will all probably remember, we had to reduce the number of students we were serving. So that's the first thing. So we did have to reduce the number of students to stay within the contained budget or the fixed budget we had. In addition to that, we did see a lower participation rate than we normally would like to. So we both had to restrict the numbers we could serve, and we also did see a lower participation rate. The one thing that I just want to add also to this is a reminder to the board that this is not part of Summer Arts Academy, which was separate through ESSER funding as well. So we did serve more students in the summer through that option, but not through what we're showing here. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't forget that important piece.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. It helps for us to conceptualize going into next spring, what decisions we make.
Yep. I have a lot of ideas and look forward to that discussion on how we can continue to increase access and participation for our students.
Thank you. Board Member Muldrow.
Thanks, Chair Castro. Bob, I want to ask, what was the total cost savings related to summer school?
I do not know that number.
Okay. Do you know when you'll be able to provide the board with that number, or is that going to be part of the updated budget we get going into, I guess we're in October?
So just to clarify, you're looking to address the points that Cindy just made in terms of.
So what I'm asking is if we have a lower utilization of FTE related to summer school, we would generate a savings, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Two things. I will work with Cindy on repiecing when she mentioned the budget constraints and keeping to that, and that we reduced. I can tell you what that dollar amount was. I can look into that. In terms of summer school, time equivalency, it's a calculation of the number of students and the minutes of instruction and attendance by the individual students. And as I said, haven't spent any time at all trying to dissect and really understand why we were projecting 370, ended at 300. What was the details behind it? So that work's yet to be done. It will be done, but I can pull together the numbers you're talking about in terms of the summer school savings dollar amounts for staff.
Okay. Thank you for speaking to that. I want to talk about enrollment. So I think it is worth acknowledging that we saw an increase in enrollment from last year to this year, and that we're honing in on where we saw that increase. I also think it is relevant to acknowledge that 2019 was the lowest birth rate year since 1987, and that is the group of kids who are in 4K this year. So to see 4K shrink makes a lot of sense with what we've been talking about for the last 5 years. I do want to say that it's encouraging to acknowledge that we're a growing district and a growing community, and that, you know, to see a significant increase of students means that there's an increase of folks trusting us with their young people and their learners. And I think, you know, we as a district have to be honored by that responsibility and take it incredibly seriously. Because we have this increase, what does that mean for staffing our schools right now? So we have an unanticipated increase. We've heard from educators consistently that our class sizes are too big. What are we doing to address that? How are we allocating resources towards staffing an unexpected larger number of students than we thought we would have this year, or an unanticipated increase?
So Ollie, I can take that. Thank you. So Cindy, Carletra and the team have been monitoring enrollment all summer long. And as I know everyone knows, those 500 students don't all come in neat packages around an additional allocation school by school. We did just add $500,000 in FTE in the last 2 weeks back to schools to address some of the class sizes that were too high or bordering on too high. Also as a reminder, an additional FTE or class size FTE is generally not 1.0, right? An FTE isn't an FTE, it's usually 1.6 when you add in specials, art, music, bi-ed, or other non-core classroom at the middle school. So we added back to the tune of about 500,000. We continue to monitor. But we do believe that in the last couple of weeks, we made some final adjustments without even knowing about the extra 500 plus students. We just did that through our regular monitoring process. So Ali, we continue to look at that. You know, just the other day, we had another meeting with special education around that allocation. So that is sort of the short answer to your question.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate the work you all have already done prior to us really being able to dive into these numbers, and the work you all will continue to do to make sure that our students have the support that they need. I want to ask about kind of the increase in state per pupil funding and where we are in terms of hold harmless at this point. So I know hold harmless is like everybody's favorite, but I do think that it's worth recognizing where we're at in that kind of pattern of state resources at this point.
There, just to clarify, when you talk about the hold harmless, you're talking about the hold harmless on general equalization age, general weights.
Yes.
Yeah, we have an estimate, which is pretty close, but again, on Friday, we'll get the final number. Right now, we are in hold harmless where the number of students and our costs is not going to impact the level of aid that we receive because of the hold harmless provision under state law. Last year, we achieved a level of aid, and in terms of where our numbers were at and where the formula is, we are technically out of the formula where we are going to be in what is hold harmless probably until state law is changed, where we will receive 85% of the aid we received the year before. So it actually it's not a great thing because our aid will continue to reduce on the side of additional state dollars available, but it becomes a little bit clearer picture for us when we're estimating. So we'll be spending the majority of our time, again, looking at the enrollment projections that really will drive our revenue. So they become even more important in the sense of that is our constraint, our restriction from the state.
And we did see a greater investment from the state in pure per pupil revenue this year. So I guess I'm wondering how per pupil revenue interacts with hold harmless at this point, and if we'll, you know, kind of how that 85% of state aid is going to materialize with that increase.
Yeah, so there's a couple things. Are you referring to the categorical aid, the per pupil, or the revenue limit per pupil 325? Because it's easy to use the two. So I just want to clarify.
I guess I want to ask about both.
Okay. So the per pupil amount is going to be times, right now I project 25,742 based on the FTEs we're calculating, and that's paid in March. That's a set dollar amount. That's a categorical aid. We'll include that estimate and the numbers we're working on now in terms of impact on our budget. That's pretty straightforward math for us. And as terms of the 325, which is a great question, so it gives me an opportunity to return this to, you mentioned the increase in the FTE, which is important compared to our projections, which matter. But in terms of looking at last year's Third Friday, it's just an increase of 34 FTE. And so as an example, under revenue limits, at $325 per pupil, and you take our FTE calculations, that should generate $8.5 million in new revenues. But because of the way the details of the revenue limit formula work and declining enrollment, that 325 only generates about 1.5 million in new revenues compared to last year. And that's because we're in declining enrollment. Now, us leveling off and increase a little bit should lessen the loss of base revenues year to year. So it's positive. But our realities are what we've lived the last 3 years. And so even though that 325 is good, because it is good, it has generated about $1.5 million more for us. It's not a straight line math because it's revenue math. Now, the good thing is the voters have approved $10 million in monies for us this year. So we have that, the last year of the revenue limit. So we have $10 million on top of that 1.5. So it's 11.5 million that we had budgeted for, that 10 million, of course. So that's why I said it's very positive. It'll help us maintain, but it's not like we will be increasing enrollments, right? We are suffering from the way the formula works and reduces revenue more than our costs are reduced. It's it's by design, and it's something we have to manage and live with.
Thank you so much for those responses to my questions. I guess my last question in relationship to kind of our final vote and ability to levy the tax is really, you know, how is this kind of translating in real time to where how the board is positioned kind of in this moment financially?
I can't predict what the board will vote in the end of October. I can use history to assume we will levy what's available to us, given the revenue limit numbers that come out this Friday. I will say, been trying to figure out some of the pieces of the puzzle. We are a structural deficit. I would anticipate our fund balance. We're going to use probably over $20 million of our fund balance to make this year's budget. We're still finalizing some of those numbers. And that's just to meet the base needs, the lack of revenues. And so we have a structural deficit. And that's that you levy all that's available.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, board member Vandermeulen, did you have questions?
Actually, Ali asked it right before me, so we're good to go.
Okay. All right, thank you all so much for your questions. I think we learned a great deal. Seeing no further questions, moving on to our next item, 5.1, food and nutrition update.
Good evening. Thank you, Board Member Castro. Greetings to the Board of Education, the superintendent and her team, staff and students. I'm Josh Perkins. I'm the Director of Food Nutrition. And I'd like to welcome our valued colleague and partner, Dr. Jennifer Gaddis from the UW School of Ecology.
Everybody, happy to.
Tonight, Jen and I are going to do our progress today to describe some of the future aspects of school food here at MMSD. Next slide, please. We're focusing on three things mainly tonight. One is the opening of schools. 2023 had several strong initiatives. We want to review the state of the program as we see it today and talk a little bit about the future of the program as we'd like to see it and as we hope the community will let us know how they'd like to see it. Next slide, please. Our focus leading up to and during the opening of 2023 was readiness and communication, both internally and externally. Primary initiative for us this fall, after we had successful pilots in the spring, was the relaunch of garden bars in our elementary schools featuring fresh produce from our great partner Seasonal Harvest of De Pere, Wisconsin. We spent summer getting our sites ready and staff for opening, new equipment and extended training on food safety and quality. This has returned dividends to our community through menus composed of strong favorites as school opened and recent additions like chicken nachos and cheese ravioli that we've got excellent feedback on. We're continuing flexible and build your own menu options like taco, burger, and pasta bars and Wing Wednesdays in the secondary grades, and we'll expand those menus again this year. Dr. Gaddis and I worked together to support a number of back-to-school events. We engaged parents and students in discussion on food, showed off our garden bars, and a dish like chana masala with rice was one example. And last but not least, I wanted to mention that we've been the beneficiaries of excellent partnerships with a new business partnership with Martin Brothers of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and Seasonal Harvest, as I mentioned, of De Pere, who have supported us in bringing a full complement of Wisconsin grown produce to our garden bars and other menu items. Dr. Gaddis, anything you wanted to add there?
I think we'll talk about it a little bit more later on, but I just wanted to flag that one of the pictures there is actually of an item that students helped to design. So we'll talk a little bit about some of our engagement with culinary instructors at East High and how we're working to really build more of a space for youth to have a say in what their school food programs look like.
Thanks, Jen. And actually, with the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Sure. So I'm going to talk just really briefly about who I am, since I know many of you don't know me, and some of the projects that I've been involved with over the last few years. So I do a number of different things related to school food. I have worked for a little over a decade on school food systems change and politics. And a lot of my early interest was in farm to school programs. And then I really realized by working in a number of districts that you can only do so much in serving local food if you don't cook from scratch. And so that got me really interested and really trying to figure out how school districts that primarily have a heat and serve model of school service can transition to doing more fresh cooking, which is generally something that a lot of the work that I've done with students find better because it's fresher. There's more ability to be responsive to students' taste preferences, to culturally relevant meals that students might want, which might be different for one school versus another in a large district. And also tends to be something that creates higher quality jobs for people who work at schools because there are long hours that typically allow for people to have full access to full-time work. So there's a number of reasons why I've historically been really interested in scratch cooking and really focused in on districts that are trying to really reimagine what school nutrition looks like in their communities as not only something that matters for children's nutrition, but also for their educational potential and broader community benefit. So I was really excited. I guess I started in 2020, so prior to Josh's involvement, about some of the things that were happening at that point in time, which were mainly just this willingness to talk more to the community about what they wanted to see. So I'm sure that many of you on the board already know this, but MMSD has a relatively low participation rate in school meal programs. So historically, it's been about 40% of learners over the last decade or so. This is kind of the general trend in terms of what participation rates look like. So Wisconsin average is about 54% for school lunch. So MMSD is worse than what you would consider a district in the state. So just a couple of the things on this slide. So Rocket is the internal research and innovation team at MMSD. And starting last school year, we were able to work with them on a project in the high schools to really involve the youth in asking these questions about what they actually want to see from the school meal program. And really a lot of what we heard was that they want fresher food. They want more like culturally relevant meals in schools, and they want more flexible and enjoyable spaces for eating the food. And we're going to be working with that same team, focusing on the elementary schools really right now and into, I guess, the spring. And the other projects, I could mention a little bit more about some of those research projects, but in the interest of time, if anyone has questions, I can answer those later. But I'll basically just say that all of the other projects are really designed to try to provide more support for Josh and his team around really trying to understand what community members and students like to see from the school program, and also communicating better the things that the school district is actually doing now that a lot of people might not necessarily be aware of in terms of really trying to help people understand some of the changes that are already happening. I'll pass things back over to you.
Thanks, Jen. Next slide. Just shows off, I wanted to give you an update on our community partnerships. They've maintained and expanded. We're pleased to say that again this year we're going to be serving a lot of local fruits and vegetables, fresh fruit and vegetable program, and the schools who apply for this grant through DPI and our wonderful partners at REAP who help us source these excellent fresh items. The second project, again, a collaboration between Reap Rooted and the Madison Metropolitan School District, was the lettuce project, and I'll just put in an advanced plug. There's a wonderful video embedded in the deck. I encourage you to watch it at your convenience. We don't have enough time to show the whole thing tonight. We want to keep going? Okay, we can show the video. So this will explain it better than I can, really. The lettuce project is a project that it's chapter 1 in a collaboration between the schools, Grow Academy and Goodman Youth Farm, to bring student grown lettuce into basically back into their meal program and serve their own produce that they grew, started back to them. We'll watch a video on that. This caught a lot of attention nationwide, actually. I was able to present on the project at the School Nutrition Association Conference in Denver in July. Got picked up by the Straight Talk blog. USDA was very pleased because it followed a training that they offered that I attended in March to see some materialization of the efforts, exactly what the training is intended to do. So they've given extra attention to MMSD, which we were happy to have. And just lastly, before we get to the video, we had an event yesterday where we celebrated a new chapter in partnership with the Educational Justice Coalition and MTI, hosting a panel discussion and food tasting at Badger Rock to talk about what the community would like to see, future incarnations of the food service. Much to discuss and much work to do there. But without further ado, this is an excellent depiction from our wonderful videographer here in the district, Marty Glazer. Next slide will show a little bit more about the lettuce project.
I've not grown lettuce before, and it was very fun growing it. You're planting something and you don't know how it's going to turn out. Thinking about your lettuce and people trying it, it makes you feel good.
We're not seeing.
We're at the Grow Academy in Oregon, Wisconsin, and we're about to put the first lettuce starts in the ground for our garden to school project, spring 2023.
And we wanted about that deep, fellas.
We're partnering with Grow Academy, we're partnering with the Goodman Youth Farm for a farm to school connection.
Pretty cool. It's been 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks that we've had these in the classroom getting going, and now it's finally warm enough to be outside. I think it's going to be at least above freezing at night. We have some row cover we're going to put over just in case to warm the ground and keep them cozy until they get going. This is day 1, and so now we just got to worry about all the rabbits, all the deer and everything.
I didn't really know a lot of stuff about gardening until I came to Grow, and Brian taught me how to do things like plant seeds and water them and make sure I keep them alive. And ever since then, I just like to do it.
Gardening and farming is a perfect outlet to give kids success in a way that they haven't had before. So planting a seed, watching it grow, being able to nurture it is an important step for everybody to understand that, yes, I can have success in doing something in this way.
Being able to do this and, grow things for other kids and stuff like that, I think it's a good experience. Makes the time go by faster. I like just being able to grow stuff and then, seeing the time it takes for everything to, get bigger and stuff like that. It's not something I ever really did in the community. It's fun.
Let's take the whole thing down there, a little bit in the shade. Probably have one person on the outside of the fence, one person on the inside.
I mean, they're going to be available to every kid in the elementary schools. Some of this lettuce, we'll combine it with some other ingredients and possibly some other greens to make sure that everybody can have some.
It's better than the regular lettuce I eat. It's good. Best part was helping make healthy food for other people.
Well, thank you all for the grace of a little extra time to show that. I think it tells the story better than I could by talking through a slide. Really wonderful. I pick up on the fact every time that those students notice the quality right away, which keeps people coming back for more food, whatever else happens in that mission. So the next slide, I just want to talk about some successes and opportunities. We've made a lot of important progress in developing our menus this year in 2023, as well as engaging our community. That was a very big effort we made, put a lot of energy towards, and will continue to do. In partnership, as Jen mentioned, with the Office of Research and Innovation, we're moving our work from high schools to elementary schools to really try to recreate some of the engagement that we saw there. Felt very well equipped to respond to community need, having solicited direct student feedback. One of the things we did was respond to the need for better access to breakfast by buying. You heard about that in October 2022. We talked about purchasing mobile carts, pretty state-of-the-art equipment, and putting those out in places where students could easily reach breakfast. Saw great success immediately and an upward trend. It almost doubled our meal counts at La Follette. That sustained itself. We have the rest of the high schools on the way to coming online with that program this year. And, then lastly, to allude back to some of what Jen said, part of this work in understanding our community's needs is really taking their honest feedback on where we need to improve. Our work really revealed a lot to us about what the community wants to see from us in future years. Freshness, variety, healthy options, as well as the dining environment. As Jen mentioned, they really came to the fore. And so with the building services team as a whole, we are developing an overall vision of a new food program in Madison. So for the next slide, just a few highlights. We welcomed several schools back in very refreshed form this year, new kitchens at East and Capitol High School, new cafeterias at East and La Follette High Schools. We have seen that translate into increased interest and participation from the high school students. I've certainly seen it myself, having toured the spaces. But we hope to see the interest only build from here as we complement this by developing new menus, and wanted to thank the board for making this crucial investment and the entire building services team for making this a reality. We really saw firsthand all of the hard work and investment that it took to get to the finish line. We are moving, as I said, into the survey project into the elementary grades, and that kind of speaks to the next step. Just an update from Sustain Dane on our next slide. We focused on elementary schools in the next step for Sustain Dane's partnership with the district, which is carton recycling. It's going to be expanding to 6 new elementary schools this fall. Some have already launched. Some are still on the way. Every school is different, as everybody knows. And so we're going to see those come online. We got a couple of photos here from Senate Middle and Emerson Elementary. I want to say congratulations to all of the principals who showed leadership in taking this next step forward. And I also want to say a special thank you to Chad Worrell from Building Services. Interesting story on this side note. Some of Chad's innovations with the containers that you see here, some of the design innovations were actually adopted by McDonald's Canada. The same manufacturer is used by that chain. You may have heard of them. Showed the excellent work that Chad did that improved this design. Next slide is this is an important one, and I want to talk about a few initiatives as we wrap up here and then start to take your questions. In keeping with what we've heard from the community and from students, some of what Jen was talking about, our next moves in the food nutrition department are to start a fresh cooking or a scratch cooking pilot in the spring of 2023 at Nuestro Mundo. We've been working on a basic equipment retrofit to enable the cooking to come up a few steps. We've taken some of the first steps already, but we want to bring that to the community and start to look at the impact that it will have on students. Start to measure how students are responding so it can inform our future plans. With that, our next moves are big ones as far as planning are concerned. We want to come back to you the next time that I address the board, have a chance to do that with a full feasibility study for converting the focus, which is really on elementary schools. And that is based in my conviction that our first impression is an important one and a lasting one for the community. So students and families entering the district, seeing the best that we have to offer. We're going to come back to you with the results of a feasibility study for cooking conversions, equipment conversions, an expansion of the pilot program that starts with Nuestro with a 5-year plan to show which sites we feel are the appropriate ones to move first. I would certainly like to expand our supper programs. We have had some in the district. I think that's a strong community need. Developing a program to recruit and staff for those, as well as find the equipment and the menus and the after-school enrichment programs we know are contingent, that the program is contingent upon. And last but not least, we are going to continue with the elementary work to build on student-driven ingredients, menus, and requests for the evolution of our program. Anything else you'd like to add, Dr. Gaddis?
I think just one thing that I would highlight is that I think that the focus on K-8 right now, I think is important because not only are those students, like Josh said, students who are maybe sometimes making a decision about whether they will participate in school meals overall, but at high school level, you have open campus. So there's certain things that you can do to make the food more, to make the environment a space where students want to stay, but the students who are in K-8, like they can't leave. And so basically it's a different kind of population that you're working with. And I think that there is a real ability to build a just culture of participation. And I think just one thing that I would call out is just looking back at the mission and vision like of MMSD as a whole. To me, like as somebody who does work nationally, when I look at this district specifically, there are two things that for me are real red flags in terms of equity. So when you look at the participation rate in school meals and MMSD, generally speaking, not only are we behind the state average, but when you dive more deeply into looking at the free meal participation and the paid participation, those numbers to me are really alarming because what we can actually see is that, for example, like the DPI data for last year just came out, and only about half of students who qualify for free meals actually take a school lunch on a given day, and breakfast is way lower than that. And only 15% of students who are in the paid meal category choose to eat school lunch at MMSD. So basically, like what I read into that is most students who can afford to opt out of the program are doing so. And so when I look at that, that to me seems like, okay, when you look at MMSD over a longer period of time, I think that the school nutrition program has been financially self-sustaining, but it hasn't been meeting community needs. And I know that like there's been a lot of criticism, particularly at the beginning of last school year of the school nutrition department. But for the last year, I've been telling everyone who listened to me that I'm actually more excited about where MMSD is at with nutrition now than at any point since I moved here in 2014, because I think that Josh is in a very good position to lead the district in a different direction if he has the resources to do so. And I've just also been really impressed with how much he is just showing up at community events, listening to people, partnering in all kinds of ways. So I feel like MMSD can do some really exciting stuff, but it has to start with acknowledging like some of the real, I think, I don't know, just failure to meet real community needs that has maybe happened in the past. That's how I would, hopefully not too harshly. MMSD is not alone in this, by the way. Like it's not like the only school district in the entire country that's not, at a really high participation rate. That's not the case at all. But when I look at a community like Madison versus, for instance, Minneapolis public schools, where I've done a fair amount of research, about 12 years ago. So Bertrand Weber, who is the food service director there, I have a very close relationship with him and I've kind of tracked their progress over time. They had a central commissary, so a central kitchen, very similar to Madison, where they were sending out pre-packed meals to all of their countries, just like we've been doing. And over the last 12 years, they began with a scratch cooking pilot, and then they really started to see the community respond to that and built out a plan to convert, it was I think 6 schools every year to the scratch cooking model, and really reimagine what they could use the central kitchen to do, because that's an important asset, right, for the district in terms of what they can do from a culinary standpoint. But they really made this big transition and have emerged as this national leader, not only in farm to school, but moving what they refer to as ingredients of concern from school lunch menus, and from partnering with chefs around their city to design culturally relevant meals that meet and reflect the cultures, right, of students who are in their district. So for me, it's been interesting as a researcher and also a resident of Madison to see these kind of two trajectories. Madison has seemed relatively stagnant and Minneapolis has really reversed course. But I think that we could do something like that here. It just takes community vision and resources. And I think the final thing that I would add is, so the state of California, they were the first post-pandemic to pass a statewide law so they did actually through the state budget process for free school meals for all. And they've done a lot more in terms of really trying to kind of research like what a systems transformation could look like in the state of California for school nutrition. So one of the studies that they commissioned actually looked at what they call scratch cooking readiness of schools across the state of California. And they found that schools that have really high amounts of scratch cooking and those that have very low amounts of scratch cooking actually spend the same total amount of the budget on labor. It's just those that are high amounts of scratch cooking are spending more on labor, less on food. Those that are doing low amounts of scratch cooking are spending a lot more on food and a lot less on labor. And so what that means is you're getting a lot more prepackaged ultra processed food and also probably providing more short hour part-time jobs to people in your community. So I think that there's a lot of really great progress being made. And I think there's a huge amount of untapped potential for what Madison's program could become. My opinion.
I want to thank Dr. Gannon for her generosity, expertise, and good faith, and take your questions, please. Thank you for a little extra time for our presentation.
And for I appreciate it. Never invited a professor.
All right, thank you. I see Board Member Nichols, followed by Board Member Pearson, followed by Board Member Mosner-Feltham.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thanks for the update. It is really exciting to hear of all of the positive initiatives that you all have been doing, and particularly in comparison to last year, just hearing a lot of dissatisfaction as we started the year last year around menus and food availability. It's really nice to hear that this year started a lot stronger and that we're getting more fresh food in front of our scholars. So I'm super excited about that. I don't know, Josh, if you're the person to answer this, but related to our participation and families completing free and reduced lunch applications. My wondering is, do you know if there is a difference between higher rates of participation in our schools that would be considered Title I, where there's a higher percentage of families who would be considered lower income versus our non-Title I schools, or is it by grade level, or do we see any differences? Because I'm curious around, I hear you all saying that it's, what to me sounds like an assumption that like if the food wasn't good, then people haven't opted or haven't chose to participate. And I think that could be one factor, but not all of the factors that would explain why families aren't completing, you know what I mean? Like the applications and being eligible, unless I'm not hearing it right.
Yeah, well, so one thing that I think is important to kind of look at too is, so Madison has 16 community eligibility schools where meals are offered for free to all students.
Yeah.
So you can look at participation rates there, and those vary. Actually, we're just looking at some of the elementary data. And those vary from, I think the highest one I saw was 80% average daily participation at Southside. And there were some that were like in the 60s. So, you know, at those schools, the issue of cost, right? Because there could be a lot of families who are right above that threshold for free and reduced meal eligibility.
Right.
Or people who just, for one reason or another, don't fill out the application or don't really know how to, like, because I think a lot of things that kind of go into that. But even at those schools where we know cost isn't a barrier, we don't see participation universal. And I think it's unrealistic to expect like every single student to participate. There's always going to be some who prefer to bring lunch home, but something like an 80% or a 90% participation rate to me would be like, wow, this program is really amazing. But only one of the schools that I saw actually was at the 80%, and most were 60 to 70% for the community eligibility. I don't know, let's see that.
I was going to talk about CEP too, and I'm not expert enough to tie it into Title I specifically, but I would say I think you're exactly right that you can't narrow it down to one factor. But I would certainly say, and this is the thing most directly within my control, is if the food is excellent, if we bring that to a point of excellence, which we will necessarily do across the buildings, across the schools, because that's how the program works, there will be greater demand. And I think the other roadblocks will kind of start to come down because students will be saying, I really want this food. Right now, it's not clear to me that, you know, if you're looking from school to school, you have to look at all those factors you mentioned, but I'm focusing on elevating the food. So students are saying, no matter who I am, no matter what the need in my household, no matter which school I go to, this is a program I really want.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for speaking to that. And I don't know if this is a true statement or not. So I'm gonna just say it with that disclaimer. But I have remained curious, even as a former parent in the district, when we have schools with such wide socioeconomic oh my God, I cannot say it.
Heterogeneous.
Yeah, thank you. That I feel like sometimes the food could be the issue, but there's also, I think, something called like social peer pressure and stigma.
Yes.
And so, I don't know that any of I don't know if any studies have shown this, but to me, there are some students whose families are like, we qualify and you will be eating a school lunch point blank period because it's the only thing that's affordable for our family. And there are other families in the same school who are like, like maybe we'll do pizza day and I'll put a little money on your account for those select days that we see something on the menu, but we can afford to do something else, like bring a home lunch. And so I'm just, I don't know what to do with all that, but I just feel like those are other factors in my mind that also drive participation.
It's not, I'm sorry, Jen. It's not always possible to put data to it specifically, but I know just from my past experience that when you create an environment and a program that's high quality, the social stigma tends to disappear because students universally want to be, if it's a space everybody wants to be, this is a very welcome space. It's clean, it's inviting, and the food is excellent. Suddenly, the desire for this is universal. And so I think social and economic stigmas start to come tumbling down because people are rubbing elbows just to say, I want this food. I want this food in this place. And I hope that makes sense. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
So I agree with what Josh is saying, but I also think that to me, it is one of the reasons why like I'll often think about those two participation rates as both being a problem, right? So not only are there about 50% of students who qualify for free or reduced meals who are choosing not to participate, but when you have 85% of students who are in that paid category who choose not to participate, what does that say about the culture, right? Even like students who do qualify. And so I really feel like, yes, you have to make sure that the program is like serving the students who arguably quote unquote need it most from like an economic standpoint. But I think that if you really want to improve the culture of school meals, you have to improve it for the entire student population.
Yes.
Or you end up just doing this thing where you're reinforcing existing divides. And I think, you know, I haven't been in all the Madison schools, but some of the ones that I've been in, like, you know, you definitely see like just these real pockets of students who are bringing their lunches from home and those that aren't. And like sometimes in particular schools that also really correlates with race too. And I think that you know, that's a real issue. So I think it's one of those things where you really have to understand that some of the issues and considerations might impact people differently based on their family circumstances. But you have to have a program that is really going to serve the school community as a whole. But I think in response to your question, a colleague of mine from Human Development and Family Studies, who is an expert on parents and emotions, she and I are actually starting a new study this fall where basically we have 50 elementary parents and caregivers, and we're working with them over like a 2-month period where they do these daily diary assessments that relate to their decision making, but also their feelings about school food, because we think that some of these emotional pieces related to like, for example, like we thought that this meal was going to be served and then they ran out of it and my student was really disappointed and that was hard on them. Or like these things about like, I know that they're going to eat at school, but it might not be something that they really like. And what if they don't eat enough food? And like all these kind of concerns that people sometimes have about just if their child is actually going to be cared for. Sometimes it can be something that makes it easier for people if they have the economic means to decide to pack lunches, but that's also something that takes time and resources, and like, you know, we talk about like mental load on people. So I think some of the feelings and emotions that go around this are complex for people, but I agree with Josh that when you have a really high quality program, that tends to I think equalize out a fair number of other things. But, you know, one thing that I think is worth noting is that technically speaking, a lot more schools in Madison are eligible for the community eligibility participation than are currently participating in it. And at the federal level, they actually just changed the participation eligibility from 40% ISP, so that's identified student percentage, to 25%. So in theory, a district like Madison could actually offer free school meals to all students, but you would actually have to allocate probably several $1 million to do that, because right now the federal government hasn't changed what they call the multiplier. So like you don't get like the full free reimbursement from the federal government. So there's this magic number 62.5, where once you reach 62.5% identified student population, then you get like the full free meal reimbursement for every meal. So a lot of like national advocates are really working to say, cool that you changed the eligibility, but what we really need also is this finance. So I mean, there's advocacy going on around that, but just so that you all know, like technically speaking, could do it. You could offer meals to all your schools, but you'd have to like actually subsidize the school nutrition fund with federal money.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for letting me mess up the word that I shouldn't have messed up.
It happened.
It happens to everyone. If you mispronounce it, it just means you learned it by reading it.
Okay, Board Member Moser Feltham, followed by Board Member Vandermeulen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited about the stuff that you presented for sure. I would be curious as your vision and plan more about the sustainability stuff, especially around plastic waste. And I was at your event yesterday, so I heard a little bit more about it there, but I'd be curious to hear about it in this forum that's public. And then the other thing that goes through my mind is just being cognizant of how the amazing work that you have planned can be coordinated with instructional plans. Like I think about myself as a ninth grade teacher, when I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can see all of these community connections. And then I build a curriculum that has students looking at this stuff, but it's like, so it's something that happens sort of like individually in classrooms, and it could be happening district-wide. And I'm thinking about school staff who, kindergarten teachers or first grade teachers who could be doing their math lessons based on how many days a week is there corn in the lunch or whatever. And it's like all like little goofy stuff, but like to whatever extent we can support that, we're supporting students' educational experiences to tie into this, and for students, like if it feels real, if it feels like it's them, it's just beautiful when that can happen. And so I hope that you're at least occasionally in the room in MMSD when there's instructional visioning happening, because I think that it would be really beautiful for our students to see that come together. I don't know, those are not questions, but those are statements of appreciation and hope for the future.
Appreciate that. I have a natural entree to that through Rooted actually is one obvious way that I can get more into the instructional side, but thank you. Thank you for the comments and the suggestions. I'll bring you back more detail the next time you present.
And one quick reaction to that too. So there was a Zoom event that happened, I think in spring of 2020. And it just so happened, I think it was called Food Equity in Our Schools or something like that. And I remember meeting Emily Sonneman, who's a culinary instructor at East High. She just attended that event. And then we got together and had coffee over the summer and talked about the programming that she does at East High. And that led to a collaboration with Josh and his team where they came in and talked to the students about what the USDA meal standards are so that the students would understand kind of what their guardrails are to work within. But then the students experimented over time in developing recipes. Those were taste tested, and that led to like actual like menus that they got to see served to all their classmates in the high school stuff. So I think there's like some sort of natural tie-ins like that to culinary classes, but I think doing more of what you're describing would be really amazing. And one of the projects that I didn't talk about that Josh and I just submitted with our partners at REAP, a grant proposal for, would actually include a youth participatory research project with middle schoolers across all the 12 middle schools in MMSD. So I really hope we get the funding for that, because I think that they could come up with some really good ideas for how to better link school nutrition and farm to school and all these things to their actual school communities.
Chair, do you mind if I make one more comment on this?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Thanks. Just to speak to my fellow board members about this, like when we think about what it takes to make instructional plans that dovetail with food service and nutrition plans, that has implications for professional development planning as well as like substitute stuff, because the type of big planning where you're going to sit down and say, okay, what is the food and nutrition services vision and how does that match our curricular standards and our existing projects? Like that's not stuff that can really happen in 40 minutes. That's something you need like a half day or a whole day away from your general teaching responsibilities for. And so as we are excited about hearing the stuff potentially happening, just for us to be thinking about where that shows up in other meetings and in other decisions. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Board member Vandermeulen, followed by board member Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm coming about this from a bit different way. When I was at East last year, and this also happened at Memorial, when I was in line, I was in line longer than the lunch period to be able to get to class. So I'm wondering of the ability and the lines, might be a very good reason why some students aren't. I also witnessed several smaller kids getting literally physically boxed out at East by other students. And I'm wondering if this could have a negative effect if we need to add, i.e. to go back to a 2 lunch system instead of everyone have lunch at once, because maybe the lines are too long. Maybe that does have an effect. That's all I have to say.
Very worth considering. The dining environment includes timing, it includes throughput. Those factors have to be weighed carefully.
I guess I would say that there's literally no physical way that all the students, even those who qualify for free reduced meals could get through that lunch line in one period at all the different high schools and have a place to sit. And I think that that is a real issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board member Pearson, followed by board member Simpson.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Also your insight, Dr. Gaddis. I wish I could have been there yesterday, but couldn't be there. I wanted to just highlight the expansion of the supper programs. As we also understand, there are a lot of kids who don't have access to food or even healthy food after school has ended, and their main primary time that they get to eat is breakfast and lunch. Even though we're not seeing the participation in our free and reduced lunch program, the supper piece is a real issue as well. And so I'm glad to hear that we're going to be expanding it. What schools are we currently doing the supper programs at?
We actually, unfortunately, just had the supper withdrawn from Anana, which is where we had it. So we really have to rebuild the program from the ground up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was it just because we just have to redo the program format, or?
The numbers were very low,
Oh,
the
okay.
program. I think if I were to approach, which I will be, rebuilding the program,
Mhm.
I think it would be with a little more deliberate promotion. There are some factors that have to be coordinated to get a separate program. I alluded to them a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's a little different and more involved than myself, for instance, putting breakfast on a cart in an entryway. Have to make sure the programming is there, but I think really promoting the program, I'm not as familiar as I'd like to be with the past history of supper programs in the district.
Yeah.
But I think you really have to send the message out loudly to make sure the program works.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of that comes with the relationship with the community and the community in which the school is in. I know growing up for me, being on South Side, like we had sort of our community center and, you know, it worked well with our schools around there where we were able to get food. And dinner, we had a lot of amazing food, again, culturally relevant type of food that we wanted to eat. But again, I'm just really excited that that is a part of it because there are a lot of kids who don't get to eat supper. So I just wanted to give appreciation to that, but also know where we were actually doing that. Also, the part that Dr. Gaddis, when you mentioned about creating opportunities for full-time employees. I know that we just increased the wage for our food service staff. And I believe we have been increasing numbers of food service staff. So that creates, again, more, I just wanted to highlight that that creates more staffing for being able to be there for longer periods of time. And as we all know, just not only our educational teachers or our specials teachers, but like our custodial staff, our food service staff and other staff are very integral parts of our school. So thank you for your presentation.
Well, I want to say thank you to you all because I've actually been telling people across the country about MMSD's $5 base wage increase for school nutrition workers. And I think it's been really inspiring for a lot of people across the country. I actually worked with the Healthy School Meals for All Wisconsin Coalition to do a report we call it Hungry for Good Jobs that looked at the school nutrition workforce in the state. And MMSD actually has the highest wages now for school nutrition workers. And it makes sense given cost of living here. But I think that that was a really important and necessary increase. So really wonderful. But I wanted to actually just pick up super quickly on this idea of expanding supper programs and also this question of labor, because one thing that Josh and I have been talking about is something that would make a really big difference in the ability to serve, I think, more fresh, varied food at the elementary level would actually be a different staffing model that had 2 employees instead of 1. And in theory, you could actually help to offset some of the cost of the additional staff member through offering supper programs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
I don't know if you want to add anything else to supper programs.
That's a good start.
That's it for me, Sammy.
Thanks. Board Member Simkin?
Thank you. Well, I'll start where you just left off with supper program. I am really happy to hear that there's a lot of interest in getting that going. And I'm wondering, first of all, are supper programs reimbursable under CAC?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm also wondering, you're talking about the importance of word of mouth and being able to really promote something like that well. Would there be any sort of advantage to if you had enough staffing to a larger launch so that throughout the district, people knew they can obtain the supper if needed, regardless of what school they're at?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, is that when you're thinking about, can you talk about how you're thinking about reformulating your plan, what you think it might look like?
Yeah, I mean, the number one and two things that are absolute non-negotiables are the after school enrichment program that must be in place for eligibility and recruiting staff to work. And as Jen just said, there's a nice built-in efficiency, which is if we want to move to scratch cooking, I'll take an elementary as an example, because we have a single staff member in each elementary now with a couple of outliers. But if you wanted to add staff to make elevating the cooking possible, you have a choice between saying, I need to make a preemptive investment in adding staff to this to change the cooking without knowing if I'm going to increase meal counts and reimbursements. But if you add a separate program, you are going to increase meal counts. That's virtually guaranteed, especially if you promote it. So that second staff member might not work the same schedule, might work a somewhat later schedule to cover the supper program, but you're already adding another meal service rather than putting all of the investment, the pressure, the entire investment on to the 2 existing services. I hope I'm making sense. You're going from 2 meal periods to 3. And in doing this, you could enable better funding for added staff. And yes, I completely agree. I mean, getting those big variables lined up so you could launch the program and then being very deliberate about how you promoted it is something I'm not sure has taken place before. but it would certainly help raise the visibility of the program, and I think participation as well.
That's fantastic, because we know that there is a lot of it out there.
Unquestionably.
So it would be fantastic if we could be meeting that need. I have one more budget question, and then I want to talk a little bit about sustainability. Is there a critical budget point where scratch food becomes completely more financially viable than what we're doing right now, than the recommend-go meals? Or is it just one or the other? They just sort of balance each other out.
I have a, so my reaction to that is it totally depends what kind of infrastructure is already in place. And I think that that's one of the reasons why you'll see some of the things I think that Josh and his team were experimenting with last year were mostly happening at the high schools and could be extended to the middle schools because they have more existing infrastructure and equipment in place. But I think the challenge with the elementaries is that right now they have the pre-pack model coming from the central kitchen. So oftentimes, like what a lot of districts that have a pre-pack model will do is kind of this intermediate transition where they get away from the single-use plastic packaging and do what's considered to be bulk cafeteria service, where like you know, those kind of buffet hotel pans that you do food serve yourself from. It's basically like you have a system that's set up for that as an intermediate point while you're trying to get more financing to actually build out like the full structure that you would need for kitchens. So without knowing really the state of 30 whatever elementaries here, it's hard for me to say exactly what the finance piece is, but I think that's where there are a number of consultants, you know, who have a lot of experience with this across the country who can come in and provide those kinds of estimates based on what the existing like, the infrastructure looks like. But to me, it's a tricky question. It's much more straightforward in the high schools and middle schools where you have the capacity, both and the elementaries. It really depends on how much the retrofits would cost for kitchen.
It is a tricky question, but I certainly think that some of the information you're looking for will be contained in the feasibility study and pilot program. I think I'm very interested as well in this particular piece of analysis. If I'm understanding your question correctly, you're wanting to know, Jen described how there's usually an evening out. You spend more on labor and less on food by getting away from processed food using whole ingredients. If I'm hearing your question right, it's where do we reach the point where growing participation starts to fund the extra or breaks even in funding the extra labor?
That's exactly it.
And I haven't performed a full analysis, but I'm very interested in this as well, and I'm interested in getting that back to you.
Fantastic.
Yep.
I look forward to seeing that. And then let's talk a little bit about the single-use plastics and what might be coming to us with that feasibility study. So I am wondering also for that, is there any sort of tipping point for that as well, in which reusing dishware can be, and having to wash it, of course, can be as viable as having these plastic pieces, which it's nice that they're being recycled, but still creating a product that has to go into a system that may be listed. And so I have a strong interest in moving away from single-use plastic and using sustainable products. And so I guess I'm wondering, is that going to be part of your feasibility study or your proposal? And financially, do you know what that extra expense would be?
I'm going to take those in reverse. The answer to the latter question is no. I don't have a number for you here tonight, but I, similar to the analysis, be happy to look at it. And I think it's an excellent idea to build it into feasibility, to say what kind of base package for retrofitting equipment would enable us to move away from single-use plastics.
Perfect. And then my last question that is talking about environmental impact is, I'm just wondering, do you have any information on the level of food waste when we offer these bar options compared to the?
That's an interesting question. I do know that, so there's a project that the World Wildlife Fund is doing in a number of different cities. Addison is one of them, and they're doing food waste audits, and they're starting, I believe, this year. So I don't think that they like if we post the garden bars versus, you know, I think previous years. So I know that they're gonna be. Just looks like currently, but I don't know, yeah, how you would get that data. The previous, the pre-pack model, do you? That
No. Something I think I would bring to Sustained Day and see what their expertise, their ideas about how to measure. Would be. Yeah.
I guess I'm overall interested in having this move to, you know, clean, healthy food that is presented in a way that's totally sustainable without breaking, right? And so it feels like that's gonna be what you should be proposing. And so I'm just curious, you know, what was already out there as far as that goes, but I look forward to this.
I'm sure Sustained Day is going to be happy to engage that question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll just close us out with one comment. It is my understanding that some of our ambitions to switch to more scratch cooking and to eliminate, single-use plastics. Some of those ambitions are limited by the kitchen facilities in a lot of our schools and the cooking equipment in those schools. So my request is that I do know that in the coming months we will receive a updated long-term facilities plan, and so I would love school kitchens to be highlighted in that discussion as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you all for your work and the knowledge that you gave us tonight.
Our privilege.
Thank you for all of your great questions.
Okay, moving on to our second to last item, 6.1 transportation. I just want to start off by saying that the board has received a lot of concern regarding our current transportation situation, and I think all of us want to come to this discussion to help problem solve, improve the situation, and ease people's anxieties as we get into winter. And so I am wondering if there is anyone from staff tonight that will be fielding our board questions in specific.
So Savion, I can go ahead and get started if that's okay. And then we also have some of our own transportation here, our team here, and then also folks from First Student. So I got the thumbs up to go. Thank you, Board Member Castro. And I'd like to thank the board for adding this to our agenda this evening. I want to also thank our transportation team. Kenneth and Vanessa are here. Thank you so much for being here. And I also want to especially thank Dr. TJ McCray, our Deputy Superintendent, for the work that he has been tirelessly doing to communicate with our families. The information has been difficult to convey, and you have done this with respect and care. So thank you for that. So I'm going to start off with just framing this a little bit, and then I also want to provide some facts before we get into the conversation with First Student in our team. So we aim to have an honest and productive conversation tonight about the state of MMSD student transportation and First Student. As a district, we recognize this is a problem. And let me be really clear. We are beyond apologies to staff and families and students. And as a district, we just can't keep apologizing. We know students are missing instructional minutes. We know families are experiencing disruption, and they should not have to wonder if the bus is going to show up on time or if they need to make last-minute arrangements. We know our staff members are unable to do their best work, and that students and staff should not have classroom learning impacted by transportation delays. So we know something has to be done. We know we need solutions moving forward, and some of those solutions may work. And honestly, some of the solutions we came up with may create a whole different set of problems for us. But we know we need to discuss them together. with our Board of Education, our community, and our partners at MTI. We also recognize that with the weather changing, we have a sense of urgency around it. So we need something predictable, stable, and safe. So we share your frustrations, the frustrations of our community, and we share the same goals, which is to get students to school safely and on time so that they can learn and so that teachers can do their best work. So in the spirit of transparency, and I also want to state some facts that some of which I learned from our team today and from our meetings with first student in our team over the last actually 3 days since late last week. So first of all, what probably isn't new is what we are experiencing in Madison is not an isolated situation. Although I'm going to tell you, it feels isolating when it's your child who is standing out there waiting for a bus. I just want to acknowledge that. While we know this is happening nationwide, it does not make it acceptable. And it doesn't excuse anything. It just helps us understand our context. So up front, some facts. We have a driver shortage. That's what we have here. However, our transportation team has already reduced 10 routes across the district efficiently that had very few numbers of students riding. So we've already gone through and made a pass for that. So we're working really hard behind the scenes. Badger Bus, our former bus company, remember, is no longer in the yellow bus service to schools. First Student acquired Badger Bus. And Badger Bus also, when they were in business, they didn't have the national hiring reach that we knew First Student had. So those are just some data points to share. And it is important to note that when we moved to the system this year, we had to add back 20 routes when we added the middle schoolers to the, as I affectionately say, the big yellows, the yellow bus. Next, just as a matter of fact, state statute mandates that we provide busing to parochial schools. We are required to do that by state mandate. I have to clarify this because we've gotten some emails. The American Players field trip with Romeo and Juliet. That was a totally different bus situation. That was a different bus company that chartered that field trip. This does demonstrate and reinforce the fact that this situation is happening across multiple providers. I wanted to let folks know, because I learned this today, that we do have driver call-ins, right? First Student has drivers that call in. They call in because their babies are sick. They call in because they have COVID. They call in for real human situations that we all experience, our teachers experience. And these are the main reasons sometimes why I know Kenneth and Vanessa wake up Monday and they're told we have 6 drivers that have called in. And I just want to respect the fact that those drivers also have very human situations. And what we need is a sub pool, right, to backfill those. But I just wanted to provide that context. Our First Student drivers care. I know they want to be here with our kids. And they do want to get to school, kids to school on time, but they're also human. Finally, remember that last week, over 90% of our routes were on time. And when we say on time, I know what First Student means is 10 minutes early or 10 minutes late. We actually had a higher percent the weeks before that. Some of you probably remember the last time we were here, we were talking about like 94%. So we're a little inconsistent over the weeks. I just want to acknowledge that. And that instability is causing problems that does not meet our standards. I just want to be clear, which is why we are here tonight. So we recognize there's a problem and we need to discuss what's possible and what might not be possible. And we also ask that our community support our current drivers to keep them here, to make them want to stay, live in Madison and contribute to our city, right? We need them and our kids need them. So I would add that. So the last thing I want to talk about is a menu of options, a combinations of solutions that we've talked about. I just want to put this all out there. And then we can We can talk about them, talk about what we think. We have not decided on anything. We've made a commitment to work with MTI, to work with our team. Nothing has been decided. So we're continuing to work with First Student and our transportation team multiple times a day to address options. And like I said, I'm not sure just one of these is going to solve everything for us. It will likely be a combination of these and maybe something we haven't thought about. So first, continue to make overall routing more efficient. This could happen with a combination of the next strategy I'm going to talk about. So I talked to the mayor on Friday, and we met with the mayor and her transportation team today. We talked about thinking about how to pair middle school routes with Metro mainline routes. What they've observed anecdotally is that these Metro mainline routes that serve high schools also have middle school kids on. That's part of the reasons they're a little more crowded. So some families are also seeing, and we actually got an email today from families that said, hey, as a community, we're working to get our kids to the mainline stop so that they can get to school. That's awesome. And the city has volunteered to work with us, to partner with us, to identify sort of what are these parallel mainline routes and stops that maybe could cause us to eliminate some of our own routes now that maybe are late or aren't getting there. So we have to get after that. And the city is volunteered to partner with us on that. We also talked about giving these students discounted bus passes. The city is continuing to give us that same rate around bus passes, so that's positive. Then Metro can help families know what their options are, where can they go for more information, how can they do their own route planning, what does that look like? So that's a real strategy that we can dig into. I know First Student will continue to work on borrowing more drivers, recruiting, and hiring. While I do believe at some point we will have enough drivers, I really do believe that. I am not sure it's going to happen right now in the next minute or maybe in the next month, that we will have enough drivers and enough in the subpool. I think we will get there, but we need some quicker solutions. I'm just going to be, we are working, Dr. Mike Herding is working on a process to certify MMSD staff to maybe get CDLs and provide some incentives for them, for folks that might be interested. I know First Student is working on incentives to decrease absenteeism where it's appropriate, right? And we're also going to continue to work. Actually, Dr. Herding had a great idea to work with our private schools to see if they could secure some of their own drivers, if we helped them get a bus, and have it be in some sort of an agreement or donation with their parishes. So that's something that they might work on within their own parish. And then, of course, I know some of you are thinking of this. There will be some work that we will likely have to do in some of these scenarios to amend the contract with First Student. We are working on that with our legal department. I don't have like exact answers for you, but just know we have already addressed the fact that we would have to go through the contract process to work that through, and we will keep you abreast of that. So over the coming weeks, we're going to continue to partner with each other to create some kind of solutions to get our transportation stabilized. And as a district, we pledge to communicate with our families and our Board of Education by the end of the week to acknowledge the challenges and problems, to affirm that we're working on solutions, and to commit to staying in communication with families. So it was a lot of me talking. I did not mean to be that long-winded, but I did want to give just some facts and just sort of help folks to understand the pressures in the system, the time that we're in, and just also the fact that we are frustrated too, and we know we can do better. So I'm going to stop and pause there. And First Student, oh, there you are. I see you. Is Jason, welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
appreciate you. And I will turn it over to you at this point.
Sure. So I think the first thing that I'll start off with as well, I think it resonates. The statement that was just made about we can't keep apologizing. But I do want the entire board to know and the community to know that we really are working tirelessly, the staff at the location on a daily basis, as well as all of the supporting folks that we have in place to do a few things. And just to reinforce those, they're all in the spirit of getting to students to school on time, safely and reliably, which we're all committed to. And I just wanted to recap those things and let you know what we're doing. And obviously the first thing that we can do is add more drivers. I think the parent who spoke earlier, it was I heard exactly what she was saying, and it resonates, but there is a piece of truth in there about right, the community being able to produce the number of drivers that we need. And as of right now, we're seeing really good turnout in terms of applications, but we've got to think a little bit differently, and the superintendent laid out some of those things. But we're clearly focused on recruiting, as well as continuing to loan drivers from other locations into Madison as we can. This past week, part of that reduction overall in terms of on-time performance was due to some of those borrowed drivers having to return to their home locations. Unfortunately, they have things that are going on as well. And we saw about 10 of those drivers return, and some of that was what caused the setbacks last week. So that's the first thing we're focused on. The second thing is increasing training throughput. The training process, as we've described, is a long, somewhat arduous process. We're very committed to not compromising that training process. And it takes a number of weeks if everything goes smoothly, as we've talked about, but it can take larger amounts of time. But we brought in resources from neighboring states, both at the management level as well as the actual trainer level, to try and increase that training throughput as much as possible, keeping eligible trainees training as long as possible every single day. The third thing is as described, is looking for route efficiencies. I think this is something that we're committed to, and that we're keeping our eye on, and that we're exploring closely with the MMSD transportation leadership team, because there are some immediate solutions for the reasons that have already been stated, that we need to solve sooner rather than later with some of the inclement weather coming up. So we're continuing to work through any route efficiencies that we can achieve to try and transport all of the students that need to be transported using the fewest amount of vehicles needed, and therefore the fewest amount of drivers needed. And then the fourth thing, I think this is critical as well, is trying to reduce absences. I know that the local team that's on site does a really, really good job of encouraging and motivating our drivers to come to work every day. And just looking at last week specifically, some of the things that folks were out for, bereavement, out sick themselves, illnesses in their own families, and that can be anywhere between 3 to 5 drivers a day. But given the staffing report that I shared with you guys, that I believe was shared over the weekend, that can have a real impact when we're teetering right on the edge of having a driver for every single one of the 129 routes that we're currently running. And then the final thing I just wanted to reinforce is looking for creative solutions. The MMSD leadership team has been tirelessly engaged with us, and we've done the same, in looking for creative solutions to try to find ways to add either more drivers to the driver pool, or to reduce the need for student drivers potentially to drive routes where we can leverage folks that already have their CDL license, or where they might have their CDL license and just need a small amount of training in order to get their school bus endorsement, so that we can get routes on the road a lot faster, and we can cover down on any of the absences or other gaps that we have. So I just reinforce what the superintendent says, that we're all, I think, committed to the same goal. I know that we are, and I know that the transportation team is at MMSD, of getting students to school safely and on time. And we're going to continue working on all of those avenues that I just mentioned, as well as all the ones the superintendent mentioned, to try and get as many drivers on board as quickly as possible. But we really need to highlight that we're going in my estimation, we're going to continue to deal with staffing challenges in the coming weeks and probably months as the training process catches up with the shortage. And we're going to have to look for some creative solutions to make sure that all students are taken care of. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the superintendent or the board if you have questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Jason and Lisa. I really appreciate that. Starting off with questions, board member Vandermeulen.
Yes, thank you for coming tonight. One, I like the idea, Lisa, Superintendent Kufstead, I like the idea of the Metro bus passes. I think that that's a good idea. I think they should, title schools and Sage schools, I think they need to be not just discounted, I think they need to be free. Because we are dealing with an equitable issue in which our Black, brown, and disabled students are the ones who are facing the biggest burden on getting to school. And that needs to change. Two, I think we need to change the communication system on texting. That it's when it's going to be late, not when it's going, that it was an hour late, not that it will be 20 minutes late that day. It needs to be the day before, or it needs to be instantly when it happens. Because parents need to know, and you can do that in a text. I understand certain situations at the same point. I think that's a safety issue. If you have a child, especially, I'm going to use a situation that's similar in that, let's say you have a nonverbal child. They can't always tell you. Additionally, a 6-year-old can't always tell you who's completely neurotypical on what's going on. Therefore, I think parents need to know where their child is. I think that's completely reasonable and needs to be done. Now, I think that the board needs to be working alongside to help create the solution. I read everything online, whether I should or not is my own torture, that's fine. However, I'm a sadomasochist in certain areas, information wise it is. But let's be honest. Sorry, but I have to have some levity here. But plain and simple. What we have right now are emails of a frustrated parent. I don't object to those. What I object to are, I really don't care whose fault it is. I do not care. If it is the boards, if it is the companies, if it is the districts, I want it fixed. I need to have direct solutions on how. I'm not interested in saying who did it, who's responsible, are we suing? As an attorney, no company is ever going to answer A, that question, and B, it's irrelevant to the discussions at hand, because it will not help any services whatsoever. And the only thing that matters is our students. Yes, the litigious one is actually not being litigious, kind of scary, isn't it? But very simply, what it comes down to is this. I need to know when these routes are going to get there, what routes can be cut, what routes can be combined, and when Metro can pick up some of the slack. I'd like to know that within at least a week. I know I'm asking a heck of a lot, and I realize that, but I think it's stupid. And that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Board member Pearson, followed by board member Mosner-Paul.
Thank you. Jason, I know that I had asked this question at our, I think our last regular, or was it the last operations or instruction, one of the work group meetings, of just how many drivers do you have in the queue currently? And how many drivers are we still in need to make a full, complete set of drivers?
Yeah, so fair question. And I'll start that by saying the need it's fluid, right? We've seen just, I mean, even native drivers that work for First Student out of Madison. We've seen a number of those drivers take jobs. One of our own staff member took a job with another school district. There's different things that happen, so that number is kind of always in flux. But as of right now, that number is about to get to a point where we have around our 10% spare factor, right, to deal with any absence issues, anything that happens on the road to replace that driver. The need is about 35 drivers is what we would need to hire. And then as of the last update that I've sent you, in training right now, currently, we have 28 folks in training. I'll break that down for you though. We have 14 of those, 12 of those that are in, we always call this kind of the pre-training phase, which is obtaining a commercial learner's permit. There's a heavy amount of fallout because of the knowledge and testing that's required there. But we have 12 folks that are currently in CLP prep to get their commercial learner's permit. And then we have an additional 14 that are post-commercial learner's permit that are in training right now. And again, this number ebbs and flows, but I'm just going to put it out there. It could change, but starting out the week, we have 6 individuals this week who are scheduled if all goes as planned, which it very rarely does. But if all goes as planned, they are eligible to test out and become licensed CDL drivers by the end of the week.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for those numbers. I think it is important for us to kind of understand the context. Since I know that in our last meeting, you all mentioned like bonuses, possibly doing bonuses or incentives to get folks in the door. Have those even worked at this point?
So yes, I would say, and again, I can give you some hard figures on this. In the month of September on the CDL and non-CDL side, so we are talking about two sets of service here, right? There's non-CDL routes, and then there's the big yellow buses. The big yellow buses on the CDL driver shortage piece is where we've seen challenges with staffing. And that's in the board update that I had distributed. But we saw 72 applications in the month of September. So we're continuing to see that we get traction with the sign-on bonuses, with the starting wage, and also with the opportunity for referral bonuses as well in getting in the door. We've supplemented our CLP training programs to add more days of training and to do a lot more hand-holding. But it's really not on the application side where we're seeing kind of I would imagine though, I mean, if we had more applications, obviously, if you're just looking at a funnel, more could flow through, but we're seeing decent app flow. It's just in the actual process of someone obtaining their CDL that it proves to be difficult and not as many come out. And right now, I think we're right around the 10% number of applications to hire. Might even be a little bit less than that. So for every 10 drivers that start as an applicant, usually one, if not less than one, comes out on the other end as a fully licensed CDL driver.
Okay, thank you for that context as well. So I have a comment just to you, Jason. And this is not to you personally, it's, just overall, I've read literally, and probably most of the board members here, we've read pretty much every email that has come through our box. People stop me at the grocery store, people I talk to just in public. I'm also with Nikki, I read when it comes to reading the comments. I've read the comments, the articles and whatnot, and for me, my children walk to school, and I'm grateful to be able to be in that position. But my children were also the children who are also on the buses before. And so as a parent with MMSC students currently, and then reading these things, and also like my kids' friends having issues with the buses as well, there's a level of frustration, especially because, at least for me, and I'll speak for myself, I had reservations with moving to First Student. However, I understand the position that we were in at the time. And it makes me actually really angry and frustrated that we are here. Like, I understand, you know, when you have a first contract with a company, whatever company is, there's always growing pains that happens. But these babies our children are in real time dealing with these things and issues. And I'm grateful to be part of a team of folks who really are trying to find the best way forward and trying to find solutions, as well as administration who is also taking accountability. What I have heard from the last time you all came to speak with us is not a lot of solutions on your part. And for me, the frustration is that we are coming up with, as an admin and us board members and whatnot, community, with creative solutions. However, I'm not seeing solutions on your guys' end. So for me, that does not feel good. But I wanted to name that because I think that that's a sentiment that a lot of folks are having. And I'm sure you guys are also getting calls and emails because we get CC'd on those too. So I just wanted just to name that. However, I am hopeful, as Lisa mentioned, that we will get to that point. But y'all gotta step up with y'all solutions, because it's really hard for me to see the solutions that you guys are bringing forward. And I understand the constraints that we are in. But yes, so I just wanted just to name that. I did have a quick question just about, sorry, I'm a little I'm really frustrated about it. Saving, come back to me, because I did have a question about something that I want clarification, but I have to reformulate my feelings on that.
Do you mind if I respond? So I just wanted to say, certainly understand your frustrations, Board Member Pearson, and we share in the frustrations, and I read as well, right, the feedback that's coming in through our platform, First Feedback, and I know that the team that's on the ground is communicating with parents every single day, and certainly not desirable, right? If I think any of us could make this situation right tomorrow in terms of having enough drivers, we would do that. I think that when we looked at, and just speaking about the frustration specifically in the reservation of moving to First Student, I think that we had a certain level of confidence in the proposal that we were bringing to the table, and how drastically we were changing some of the things that were just the basic terms of right driver compensation, taking guarantees from 4 hours to 5 hours, providing a different bonus structure, providing different incentives, the upward mobility that's offered by our company, right? Like just progression and career progression, things like that. That there was a certain level of confidence that we had in moving to a two-tier system. And I would say that probably a certain level of confidence that the district had moving to a two-tier system, given that I don't believe that anybody anticipated that the impacts specifically of this driver shortage in response to these types of jobs, especially with increasing wages, that it would continue. And what we're seeing across our business is that the driver shortage, and you could read this too, is that it might be more acute this year than it has been in years past. And if I had a crystal ball and could go back and make a solid recommendation to potentially either, you know, move more slowly towards a two-tier system, or phase that in, I think that we would all go back and potentially look at that again. But I do know that in terms of the solutions that we brought to the table, and we were talking earlier with the MMSD transportation team, is that if there is something, I don't want to put it out there as though I want this team to solve our issues. But there's a lot of things that we're doing in the background, right, to try to solve these issues. But there's certain things that like we don't own that we're working through on with the district, like contractually we don't own the routing piece of this. So we're working with the district to make sure that we can understand the routing, that we can understand what changes can be made, and that we can make those changes jointly. And that speaks to some of the things about route consolidations and things like that. And then there's other things that we've brought to the table on trying to get more drivers and working more locally. So I just want to offer this up. Again, not looking for more solutions from all of you. We are working with the transportation team, and one of the solutions we discussed this afternoon was one that what the local transportation team on the First Student side had just come up with through working through all of the things they've been working through daily in dispatch. I would be more than happy to understand where we may not be exploring those things, but I just want everyone to rest assured that we are working on creative solutions for communication, for technology, for equipment, for things to try to make the situation better, given the current constraints. And I don't want it to come across as though we're waiting for people to solve our own issues, but we do need to do that in collaboration, given where certain pieces and parts of the things that we need to solve those problems lie. But again, I do understand the frustration, and we'll make sure that at least with my communication, that we try to put those things in front of you as often as possible.
Okay, so Savian, I remember my question. Thank you, Jason, for that. I guess my response to you, from what you just gave us. So I have colleagues, board colleagues around the US, right? I talk to people on boards in Milwaukee, Chicago, and other places that also use First Student. I've seen things from posts on social media from other cities and things like that. And I don't want to bring those things in this space, but I do think it's important to name. There have been sentiments and community voice around that. There are other places that are experiencing babies being left out for an hour at a bus stop or 45 minutes at a bus stop. And so although like I appreciate your response, my thought still stands around the fact that yes, you may be co-creating solutions for our community, but it seems like a larger issue that is outside of our community, if that makes sense. So I will just leave it at that. I will say, I just wanted to ask our team, Lisa, with the bus passes, and I know that we're looking at a discounted rate, will it be similar possibly to what we've seen for summer bus passes for middle schoolers that we've been able to get, where we subsidize a certain amount so that we can offer those free, or can we do that? And maybe that's also a Bob question too, as I'm thinking about that.
Yeah. Kenneth, do you know the answer to that?
Or is that just out of the city's budget?
Yeah, I don't have the answer off, at the top of my head. I think that's something we have to go back to, and look at. We already get a discounted rate. And typically, I think we spoke with, their leadership today. And with that discounted rate is still available to us, even outside of our passes. Anything outside of that, as far as discounted rate, I think we'd have to talk with the city.
Okay.
And, we ultimately will have to look at how many students we are, providing bus passes.
Yeah.
In this regard.
Okay. So my hope is also in the same vein is that we can possibly do free bus passes that will give us a cushion as we are preparing for the winter months. And I think it is something, depending on what the conversations that we have with the city, I think it's a solution that I think we all can agree on, that we can get done and hopefully get done quick, and be able to figure out then what that might look like from the back end and changing routes. And I'll let y'all do that because y'all are professionals on that. And so that's just my hope, that we can do that and that can be done expeditiously. And yeah, so let us know how we can also help with that too. Because I think that also like talk to our elders and our colleagues.
So TJ just reminded me that the work that we have to do around the bus passes is to analyze the difference in mainline stops and the stops that we have in place in our current routing for students in attendance areas. So we have to actually study that to see if it's feasible for kids. And I know that the city, Justin at the city and you from our team, we're going to cross paths on that to actually, we don't want to create a problem that wasn't
Right.
there before.
Mhm.
But we do actually have to study that because kids can't go to their regular stop. There's no main line there, right? That's that whole, we're gonna have to help them with route, help families know where their stops are. Did I do that right?
Yeah, because
Okay.
like, especially thinking about those at like stops last year.
Mhm.
They would have to literally get to whatever that stop is that's already created. That's that main line stop to ride the bus. It won't be like we're creating new stops for the schools. So it's just
Right.
something to kind of make sure, like, if we do go that route, like, we want to communicate. And so we're working with Kenna and the city to think about what schools have the most accessible main lines that it
Yep.
makes sense for them, for us to say, let's move this group of students or these individuals into the metro. But the other piece of that is important too, which I was talking to Kenneth about though, is to make sure if we do that, is it gonna create like we can clear a whole bus? Or is that only clearing 5 kids and we still gotta run that route? So
Right.
now we're gonna be running 2 different things. So we gotta, it's a lot that we gotta think about when we do that for the bus passes. So we need to make sure, like, if we're doing that, we can clear a whole bus. Now that bus driver now becomes available to
Right.
support somewhere else. Cause if we don't do that, we just give out bus passes, we might just be lifting 5 kids off this bus,
Yeah.
and 1 kid's off this bus, and we
Yep.
still gotta run all these
Yep.
buses. And we didn't solve them.
And we have to be sure Metro has the capacity to take that number of kids.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yes, so thank you. And I think that that's where the logistical piece lives in your wheelhouse.
Yep.
Just when it comes to the bus passes.
We're all learning.
My hope is that if we do go that route, that we can provide it free of charge
Yep.
for students.
Noted.
So that part.
Got it.
And so, yeah, thank you all. That's it, Sabian, for me.
Can we get?
Thank you. So the queue now is Board Member Mosner Feltham, followed by Board Member Simpkin, followed by Board Member Muldrow.
Thank you, Chair. How much does a bus driver who gets the full 5 hours make annually?
That would be a first.
So
I see Jason just came.
Okay.
Yep, give me 1 second. So entry level would be, if they're just starting with no seniority, it would be $24 an hour times 5 hours a day, times 5 days a week, times 179 days.
Times how many days?
I think there's 179 days of school. I think it's
Okay.
180 days of school. 24 times. So that comes out to, at a bare minimum, $22,000 a year as a part-time job. But you add on top of that, sign-on bonus, as well as
How much is the sign-on bonus?
3,000.
Okay,
And then I would say there's other opportunities for anybody that wanted to work the extra hours with charters in the midday routes, charters, and then charters after school, and then on the weekends. To really, if you wanted to work 40 hours a week, you could work 40 hours a week. So at an entry level, times times 40 hours a week. So technically if it was 9 months, that they'd be working 24 times 40 times 36. So about $35,000 a year.
at 40 hours a week. weekends?
At the $24 an hour, yeah. And that would just be the 40 hours a week. And there's opportunities even beyond that if they wanted to work on weekends.
Mhm. To me, that is not enough money to make this a good job that people will want to have and keep. I asked you last time what the conversation was about increasing wages. Especially since many people, you know, like it's 2 hours in the morning or 2.5 hours in the morning, 2.5 hours in the afternoon. So you know, it's full-time hours, whether or not you drive in the middle of the day. And so missing from this conversation about solutions has been like a conversation about wages for bus drivers, which I am curious about. I want to appreciate, I forgot last time to appreciate all the people who are working on this, including all the people at First Student, who are working on this challenge. But we're just talking about like a national bus driver shortage without like talking about the working conditions that these folks are laboring under. And I don't understand why we're ignoring that. It doesn't make any sense to me. I am curious about the timeline that we think on like figuring out how, like, are we clearing 5 students with the buses, or is it, you know, could it be more? Like, is that something that we think would take like 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever? So I'm curious about that. And then the other thing that I just want to put into the room for all of us that I think we're like obfuscating is like, and like, I'm not talking about you, Jason. I'm not talking about like the drivers that we're hiring. I'm talking about like your boss's boss, who just like does not care about like the young people of Madison. Like that is not the business model that we are engaged with. And I don't understand why. I understand why that's not a conversation right now, because the conversation right now is like, how do we get our children into school? That makes total sense to me. But I hope that this is teaching us a lesson about how we approach promises of efficiency when it comes out of the mouths of private equity firms. That's my spiel. I'm curious about how long we think it would take to figure out if the bus passes would work for the solutions that we needed. Because I would be interested in figuring, like, if that could work, like, let's figure out how to pay for that. Yes, and thank you for all of the people who are working on it, including the people who are on the ground level at First Student. I know like the conditions that I'm frustrated with are not of your making. And the other thing I wanted to put out is like, to what extent can we be taking this conversation and making sure that families are like very aware that it's happening, and like maybe even like clued into the details. Not that every parent cares, because there's tons of parents who are just like, just pick up my kid. But there are people in our community who have social influence, who will like to know what the details of this conversation are, and who will have influence among their peers to help manage and build community trust. Those are my questions and my comments.
So, yeah,
TJ.
so I wanted to thank you for your comments. I wanted to cover on a couple of other things. The number that I gave you as far as wages go doesn't include summer school, so drivers can also work summer school. And at that starting rate of $24 an hour, if they were to work theoretically the entire year at 2,080 hours, it's about a $50,000 a year job. And I think something just important to say, and this is just historically, is that the school bus driver market typically consists of a lot of employees that might be of retirement age, or it is a secondary income. So just pointing out that like I know I was working with Ken, and we were looking at CDL holder statistics, not just across not just in Madison, but across the entire state of Wisconsin. And that data is quite interesting about the folks that hold CDLs. And I think that there is a larger conversation around this, but I do want to say, just in all fairness, I understand the role that First Student plays in that. But there is quite a lot of information out there about whether it's you know whether it's a First Student location, or it's an in-source district, or it's an outsourced school district with another company other than First Student, that the challenge that the CDL market as a whole And then a subset of that, specifically the school bus driver CDL market, has been experiencing a shortage for quite some time, and wages have grown exponentially. I know in some markets, I came on board with First Student about 6 years ago, and wages were around $15 an hour, and those markets are currently right where Madison's sitting around $23, $24 an hour. And it's still been, even with that wage growth, it's been incredibly hard, especially post-pandemic, given how everybody responded to, most companies responded to paying folks more in order to fill their jobs. So there's a whole lot there. Again, understand your frustrations. I think there's something there. And as far as increasing the wage goes, again, I think we're trying to revisit that. And I think that goes into the conversation that the superintendent had earlier about just exploring ways and understand the timeline that you're looking at from a contract perspective and amendment perspective on how to get that done, to see if that's actually going to have the impact, because the last thing that we would want to do is change that.
Point of order, are
and
we
then not have
noticed to
the impact.
discuss this?
Say that again?
Point of order, are we noticed to discuss this? We're notified of the transportation issue, but on the labor shortage of the drivers, are we noticed to discuss it? I just want to make sure we're following Robert's Rules of Orders and what we are noticed for. Thank you. That's all I wanted. Sorry for interrupting. Wanted to make sure.
I do know, Savion, TJ has some information to add to answer some of the questions from the district perspective.
Yep, I want to talk about timelines to go back to Blair's original question.
Yeah.
So a number of things need to happen at the same time. So we need to have a conversation with Bob to think of finances in order for us to be able to see if we can financially work with the city to purchase the school buses. That's one conversation. The second conversation, which Kenneth is working on now, which he is going to be to compare our routes to the city routes to determine what buses we can also think about and having a conversation with for the bus passes to think the number of students. And that will happen by Wednesday, for Ken to look at that. And then hopefully we can get another meeting on the books in the afternoon with the city to think about what that impact is.
Okay.
Once we are able to do that, then we can decide to say, these are the buses, these are the impacts to the routes, Bob, these are the numbers we're looking at, and can we move forward? That is just like the immediate thing, like what we can do immediately to think about some relief. And that can happen. So by Wednesday,
That's like this week.
Wednesday meetings of this week, we can begin to have. Yep. Thank you.
Really.
And we will put information as we know it in the weekly update. We will share some of the detail from this conversation in what I know Nichelle and I have been talking about with TJ around our communication with families that will come out this week to help them to understand where we're at as well. So I will add that. Anything else, Kenneth, we're missing?
No, I think that's a lot of it. I mean, just to add to some of the background things that have been going on. I mean, we have been working out different scenarios, in respects to a lot of things. I think looking at our abilities to look at getting more drivers through MMSD. I think tomorrow, as Jason stated, me and him will be meeting with parochial schools. Just looking at every avenue that we can to acquire more drivers. I think we have been working collaboratively. His team on the front line, my team, to the best of our extent. And just for a point of clarification, we've actually had the ability to condense roughly 20 routes.
Thank you.
When I gave you that, I kind of thought, I think that's too low, but we went back, Vanessa was able to go back and look, and we could say that we've been able to consolidate roughly 20 routes. Out of the 143 that was the goal. to have 143 routes to satisfy, you know, a two-tier system, with, you know, elementary and middle schools within 2 bell times and in high school on their own bell time. I think that was the perfect scenario for this district, and then unfortunately we've fallen short.
Got it. Thank you. Board Member Simpkin.
Thank you. I want to start by appreciating what all of my fellow board members and commission has said so far. Want to start by just talking to a representative from First Student, Jason. We signed an $81 million contract with your company, and I find it really disturbing that First Student is hesitating to offer increased wages as a part of the solution for this issue. It is not going to be sustainable if you continue to offer wages that have people quitting in order to go to other positions that are within their district. And so you might be able to get us up to fully staffed, and I hope that you will as soon as possible. But we need a sustainable model, and that's what we're paying for. And now my questions are for our administration. I am wondering if we are looking at that array of solutions. First of all, I think we're going to need a mix in order to figure this out. I'm wondering, when we talk about private schools securing their own drivers, how many routes are we talking about?
So we're looking at probably about 8.
And then I have a comment. So I'm a bus rider, and on my bus, sometimes they leave people behind because the buses are too full, the Metro buses. And so I just want to make sure that as you're looking at those routes in neighborhoods like mine, where lots of people are riding buses, that those aren't the routes that we're picking, because those drivers aren't going to know that they're leaving middle school students behind. They're just going to keep on going. And that's just, as Lisa had said, you know, that could just create a problem entirely.
No, that's a good point. And that was part of our discussion with the mayor. That was brought up.
Okay, I appreciate that. Everything else I was gonna say is.
And just to talk about that, like one of the things we talked about with the mayor is like just being very clear. We do not want to get into a partnership with that. It's almost like we're kind of unloading our problem now on the city.
Yep. Thank you.
Like, right, like I think like that's important to say that. And her response, what I really appreciated was, they want the students to be on the bus, like to learn to ride the bus as young as possible, to be able to think about that as an option. But we also want to make sure, like, as we're partnering with them, we're not creating another issue for them, which is why we've asked them to think about like Kenneth is going through and like looking at our routes and then comparing them with the routes with the city in partnership first. And we talked about I asked the question of, is it possible you can tell us what time these buses are at capacity? And if that's the bus our students need to get, we might need to have that conversation. We recommend you actually don't ride this bus that's gonna get you to school at 7:05. Instead, you might need to ride this bus that's gonna get you to school at 7 o'clock. Because that bus is not at capacity versus the bus that's going to get you to school right on time. And that's part of the conversation we're going to have with families if we veer down that road with them to be thinking about.
Yeah, because we'll have to look at our routes and say, you know, we have a route with 60 students. We have to let the city know, like, can you absorb another 60 students onto that particular route?
Yeah.
We don't want to just say, here, have that, and we're in the same position as you said, where they're passing by and now it's they're still getting to school an hour late. That's not gonna.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And just to be clear, at the risk of stating the obvious, we're talking about this for middle school kids.
Right.
We're not talking about a kindergartner getting on a
Right.
baseline.
No.
I just want to be clear.
Thank you.
No, we got that.
Thank you. Okay, Board Member Muldrow, followed by Board Member Nichols.
Thank you, Chair Castro. I want to start by rooting this conversation and why I voted for this shift, because I was part of the board that voted to make this decision. And so I don't want to shark my own personal responsibility for where we are right now. This is an investment we made as a community and an investment at the time the board voted for unanimously. The reason I voted for this was because we had done a significant amount of research that really made us aware of the fact that young people, particularly our middle school students, were really struggling academically if they had to get to school before 8 a.m. And we had about 6 of our middle school students starting at around 7:30 in the morning. And there was an academic impact of having students go to school that early in the day. And so part of what shifted me in thinking this was really that you all were going to be able to provide the opportunity for our students to go to school later, to get more rest, and to perform better and achieve better within the context of their education. And so this wasn't done carelessly or recklessly. There's a decade worth of work that went into us getting to this point. And to see us struggle in this moment isn't easy. I think all of us would like to see transportation be incredibly successful. We know what it means to our young people. That being said, I think we have options in terms of our leadership as a board. We can really lean into what it looks like to blame a partnership or, interrogate the quality of the partnership between us and First Student. And I think it's worth exploring. I think we have the option of being incredibly solution focused and really thinking, what do our families and our students need from us right now? And how are we going to update them and check in around this moving forward so that we know we're making progress in the right direction. I do have a few questions about where we're at this point. And I want to acknowledge what Board Member Simpkins said in terms of this partnership represents a multi-million-dollar investment from the public in transportation for kids. We are not talking about moving, bags of flour from one place to the other. We're talking about people's children. And the seriousness of this is not something that can be understated. So I want to thank our superintendent for starting out this conversation tonight by really rooting us in what this experience has been like for our young people and the families that we serve. And this has been tremendously challenging. I want to first tie this conversation back to our conversation around enrollment. So we saw more students enroll in this district than we anticipated. We thought we would see a loss of students this year. We actually saw a gain of over 500 young people. Has that created additional strain in terms of transportation? And what does it look like to support the additional learners that are in this district in terms of their transportation needs?
I think I can go ahead and start this off. I think that to a point, I'll say yes, when we go back and look at our preliminary data going into the proposal phase of this situation, we only have the data that we have to work with. Basically, we couldn't see, we didn't foresee a large or an increase, right? We knew that it would be challenging to bring middle school on the bus. We don't have all the numbers right now as far as ridership. I want to say that there probably is a good chance there's an increase over last year on both the Reg Ed and the SPED side. So I think that those are challenges that we didn't foresee coming, but they are here and we are trying to overcome them. I am in the midst of looking at that data, in the coming weeks to look at, what is the increase and where we're seeing.
I think that leveraging that information as soon as possible and understanding the size, scale, and scope of what we need in terms of transportation is a pretty urgent thing to do. I also want to recognize that our superintendent and several board members have mentioned that as the weather gets progressively colder, this becomes a more and more urgent and concerning issue to our families and our young people. And so I do hope that we know where we're seeing the majority of increases across our district and how to best meet the needs of those young people in terms of transportation as soon as possible. I would like to request that we have an ongoing update and monitoring of our transportation, that we engage in this conversation thoroughly with our community. I also want to say, although I very much appreciate the things people have said this evening around transportation, if you go to our slide deck and you look at the 2 slides that address transportation, they are genuinely lacking information. And I think for our families who have been experiencing this as a crisis, have been missing work, have been trying to carpool, to see the lack of information the board was presented with tonight adds insult to injury. And so I'm really hoping as you come to us with solutions, whether it is bus passes, whether it is expanding our partnership with Metro, whether it is adjusting our start times and end times, that we're seeing those solutions reflected in the documents we're being provided with, and that the community has access to that information as well. I want to direct that request at Dr. TJ McCray. TJ, are you able to speak to what it would look like to have an ongoing update and monitoring of transportation moving forward so that we can see that we are progressing towards a resolution?
Yes, I think we can have that in a number of settings. One, we already stated that our first move is to make sure like we're providing different updates in our weekly updates to board members, which also becomes public information at the same time. So that would be the avenue. We can look at also and having a different conversation with Savion about bringing this back here as a more continuous basis to consider at the same time, knowing that there are just heavy topics already on Operation Work Group, even if you begin to look into the months ahead. So just thinking about what that would look like. But I do think that there are avenues that we in order to be able to do that. I think that that's an easy request, I think.
Thank you for speaking to that, Dr. McCray. I do think that as we're making progress in resolving this, I think the community has to see us doing this work. So hearing us talk about it is one thing, but manifesting the results of these conversations, I think is what we as board members have to be truly attached to in a moment like this. I want to ask why Metro is not at the table this evening. I heard you all talk about your discussion with the mayor. We saw Metro actually come to the table when we were having the conversation to make this shift. And in our last 2 conversations, they have not been included as partners who work with thousands of students in our high schools. I really want to understand why we're not bringing our entire partnership to the table when we talk about transportation.
Metro is at the table. Let me just say that I think like they're not physically here right now, but we have begun to engage with them like we stated today. And I think that what we're doing right now before we physically bring them into the space is kind of thinking about what those solutions will or can be as we are thinking about partnering with them. So we've already begun to engage them. The conversation started on Friday. We had another conversation with them again today. We're planning to meet with them hopefully on Wednesday, so we can just identify what the solutions are or what our partnership will be with them. And we have to just be mindful of like they themselves are at a capacity too. And so we want to be careful on how we leverage that partnership with them.
Dr. McCray, I thank you for speaking to Metro, being at the table and the conversations you all are having with Metro. I also want to, acknowledge that I think having that partner's voice at the table and included in this conversation, especially when we are really talking about how to leverage that relationship as part of our solution. I think that just builds confidence and transparency as we have this conversation. So I respect that we want to be mindful of our partners' bandwidth, and simultaneously, I think we're having this conversation in real time. And I think as board members, I want to understand what options we have in working with Metro, and it would be tremendously helpful to hear those options from Metro directly. My last question is a long-term partnership question. And that is, over the course of the next few years, we are supposed to be engaged in this partnership around transportation. And I guess I'm wondering, what is the long-term impact of what the start of this year has looked like? What are the adjustments that we are going to make moving into the future to resolve this for this year and to resolve this in years, to come? I do think that there are major consequences to people's ability to trust this district, to trust our transportation systems when they go, a few weeks of kind of really navigating an issue that is concerning and honestly dangerous. Like, this is a safety concern, and that is something we have to be really mindful of. When you put your 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old on the bus, or take them to the bus stop, you are entrusting us with their safety to get them to school. And what I hear from people is that they are really struggling to maintain trust for our district's ability to get their kid to school. So how are we going to rebuild that trust? And what is our long-term resolution? And what are the adjustments we're going to make so that we don't see this issue become an ongoing issue?
I think that's a great question, and it's definitely something that, we've been looking towards the future. So I think someone spoke to sustainability, and I think that we have to look at a model that's going to sustain. We have to look at many different things. We have to look at driver retention. We have to look at the landscape of pupil transportation as a whole and public transportation. Where is it trending? And look at it from not just a Madison standpoint, but a national standpoint, and how we're affected by these things. I have had those discussions with Jason, looking into the depths of driver retention, outside of the fact of raising wages, things of that nature that are more internal for them. I think that we really need to take a look at what's happening nationwide, and is the amount of drivers available to drive a school bus, is the need for school bus transportation outpacing the amount of drivers that we have in this country? I think that, that's a serious and valid question that you have to take a look at. And then based upon that, I think we need to really look at how do we pivot and make the necessary changes long term. I don't have those talking points right now. I think a lot more research needs to go into that, into looking into those things. But I think, to your point, that's the sustainability of our transportation system that will provide quality transportation for all our students. Really has to do that.
Ali, if I could jump in here, you mentioned something about start times. The work that the district has done, since before I left, right? Before I came back, around start time, what's best for adolescents, their learning, their growth, their development, right? All pointed to a later start time for adolescents in Madison. There was a big project around that Dr. Herding and some other staff did around school start times, right? We were ready to launch, COVID hit. Here we are today. I mean, I think I'm right, Kenneth, in saying that, right, we went to the system that we're in now, the 2-tiered system, to accommodate that later start time across the district. And that, also check me, right? The system we're in now has required more drivers than the system we had last year.
Oh, absolutely.
Or the year before.
Or the year.
Okay, so are we looking at school start times as just a study? Are we looking at those and thinking about what would happen if we adjust some start times? I think that we have to look at it. I'm not saying tonight that we are doing that. Please hear me. No one is saying we are doing that. But I think that that has to be a conversation to have across the district. We can't continue to have kids an hour or 2 hours late.
Right.
Maybe our families could handle a 15-minute difference in the morning, one way or the other, and a 15-minute difference in the afternoon. I don't know. We'd have to test that. I do know that there are inherent challenges in changing start times at this point of the year. I'm not gonna lie. We got shared staff. We've got 4K transportation in the middle of the day. We have special education transportation. We have lunches, how foods are served and when food gets there. That could create a different set of challenges, right? Families have daycare, our staff members have daycare, our staff members have work schedules. We would really need to think about that, but that is, I mean, that's something that may be longer term. Maybe now, I don't know, maybe there is a short-term solution, right? We've gone back and forth and just thought about that. We haven't committed though. I just want to be clear. It is something that came up in the conversation. You know, as we have talked about this, it has come up. So it is something that we want to get into and talk about with our MTI partners, and also just better understand from Kenneth's team and Metro, like, what does that create for us? Because if it creates a whole nother set of issues that are challenging to deal with, like, we have to weigh that, right? That's all that I'm saying. But to bring that up, Ali, I appreciate that. I think that is real. But what I don't want to create a misinformation campaign about is that we've already made that decision. Because we haven't, but it is something that we need to look at. Anything else? Okay.
Superintendent Cook-Stead, I want to thank you for those comments. I do think like how we recover and how we rebuild trust is by being as clear and as honest as possible. I also think we have to be honest about the fact that we're facing a real issue, and honest about the steps that we'll take for us to resolve this issue. And so I do hope that there is an emphasis on how we recover from this and how we rebuild trust with our community moving forward. And I think that means being incredibly proactive in our communication moving forward. So thank you for the clarity you just brought to the things we need to consider, the moving parts and the way this impacts people's lives. And I don't think we can be sorry enough for this. I think that this is something that we have to have a great deal of humility around, and we have to be willing to apologize for, because it has not been fair to the young people we serve, their families, or our educators. And we can do better, and we have to commit to doing better. So thank you, Chair Castro, for making space in the agenda for this incredibly important conversation.
All right, thank you. Board Chair Nichols.
Okay, my comments.
There you go. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. I muted you, that's why. Sorry.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
I know my stuff was.
She did. Yep.
Sorry about that. I want to start by just saying thank you, Superintendent Kipstad. I really appreciated your opening comments, just kind of the honesty, the candor, and the directness. I appreciate that, Jason, you are here responding, and Kenneth and Vanessa, thank you. I know that there's been a lot of hard work, and we're still not where we want to be. So I just appreciate you like staying in it, because we need to. Most of what I would have said has already been said, so I'm going to be pretty short and sweet. I do want to confirm, when we're talking about 90% of the routes are running on time within that 10-minute buffer, is the 10% of the routes like 12 to 14 routes? Or how do we, I guess I'm trying to figure out like, what is the magnitude of the pain point? And in your analysis, yeah, is it, because I've heard you talk about like condensing routes already and looking for more efficiencies. I don't know if there's more efficiency to gain, but I'm just curious if you can contextualize a little bit, like the pain point right now on the 10%.
Yeah, so if you look at, we've been seeing anywhere from 7, let's just say 7, for them, 7 call-offs, right, equals 14 routes for us, because we have tiered routes.
Okay.
A and a B, right?
Okay.
So that number grows obviously with the amount of drivers we're short on any given day. We've seen up to, 18 in some points.
Okay.
At our worst, right? But typically, Jason's on target with, anywhere between 7 and 8, and that's due to call-offs. In a lean situation, in no call-offs, they would have every route covered. But as soon as they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers, it compounds the amount of routes that are affected on our end.
Got it.
And they have to then go and say, okay, we're short 8 drivers. You know what I mean? That's 16 routes. Now we have to make sure, we have to find a way to try and pick those 16 up and still run the rest of the routes correctly. A lot of times what's happening is they're trying to put those uncovered routes within another route combination, but then that throws off other routes. So it's like, as much as we want to be able to, get so granular and pinpoint every little thing and find out a solution in the moment, it's typically not that quick. Typically, Vanessa, myself, their site leader are up by 4 a.m. And we're like, okay, how many drivers are you short today? You know what I mean? The reasoning behind it for me in that moment is not as important as how are you going to cover these routes?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then we're looking at, okay, 5:30 a.m. We're short 7 drivers. Okay, now what is that going to do to our routes, right? Then they're piecing it together. Well, we're going to have to run this, we're going to have to run that. And then we get into a scenario where it's only an estimated time, right? You can't narrow it down to say, okay, it's only going to be 15 minutes late. There's so many factors involved, traffic, things of that nature, stop delays. So that even if we say 15 minutes in the normal pattern, that can grow depending on how they have to piece those routes together to get every route. It's just not an exact science. I mean,
okay.
With a driver shortage, that is going to be, it's a monumental problem, and if we do not have the drivers to cover every route every day, it's a nightmare in trying to get the kids to school, but it's also almost as equally a nightmare trying to communicate that in a timely manner.
And yeah, so you must have been reading my mind, because board member Vandermeulen and her response earlier had suggested that communication be on the front end and not like, oh, it's been an hour and it's late. And I'm hearing you say that sounds challenging, but is there a way for us to?
Well, it's no different than any other organization. Like, you may not know who you have who's called off until that morning. Just like, you may have a teacher call off that morning and you don't know. I mean, certain situations we're seeing happening where, we just don't know, and they do not know either.
So let me jump in here, a couple of things. So when we know, so for example, Friday, we knew that there were going to be a number of buses that were going to be impacted. We communicated with those families Friday because we already knew. They already knew that they were going to have, I think it was 7 bus drivers who were going to be out. So we, instead of waiting, we communicated immediately with them on Friday.
And followed up again this morning.
And then followed up with them again, so they were aware. We communicated on Friday and then communicated again.
Okay.
The process, what happens, what Kenneth's saying is though, going back is, there is no way because in a perfect world, everybody is showing up to work. And so they don't know that the bus drivers are not gonna be there until they call in, which happens that morning of.
Right, but I'm wondering, and again, I don't want to take too much more time because I know we have a whole nother topic to go into tonight. I guess what I'm wondering is, if we have not yet had a day with all bus drivers available, could we consider routing as though, you know, like that we're running at like 80% of the drivers? I don't know what that would mean for start times, because I imagine you would run out of availability to run the buses. Yeah, so I think that probably would have a direct impact on start times. You would almost have to move.
It's the third tier.
Yeah, you would have
That's
to
your
move
third
start
tier.
times to say, we're gonna just run with 80% of the drivers, and at least that, then we would be hitting 100%.
That's your third.
But you would have to make major modifications, which comes with a whole other host of challenges. I hear you.
Including just moving, the biggest thing is just our own internal systems that we have. So meaning shared staff.
Yeah, I heard you.
Right,
say
so
that,
like,
yeah.
that's one of the things that we just gotta think about, like when we're thinking about that, when we move, if we were moved at 80%, then what does that look like for our systems where you might have a school that you're adjusting at a shared reach teacher, you're adjusting at one but not the other, and now creates another master scheduling issue.
4K is now bumped back 15 minutes, special ed transport,
Yeah,
which is
understand.
actually
But-
running really well, right? At like 98% fabulous on time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate hearing more about kind of the interdependent kind of domino effects with all of the routing. What I will say, and I know you know this, but I just need to say it. I know we are all concerned about the weather getting colder, and daylight savings is on Sunday, November 5th, which is now 27 days away, which means it will be very dark in the mornings as well. So, you know, to board member Muldrow's point around us, the safety issue and families having trust, I am hoping we can find something before the clocks turn back, for sure. And hopefully, you know, we'll find something that's workable. The last thing that I will just say is, I've heard us talk quite a bit tonight about there being board interest in your conversations with the city and the Metro department and looking at bus passes and wondering if we could offer them for free instead of at the discounted rate, if that works out. That, you know, your analysis on the paired routes. Since we are approving a budget on October 30th, my wondering is, with the additional cost, if we needed to pick up a new cost for Metro bus passes, would that be coming out of fund balance? Because is there a line already in like the transportation budget that could kind of absorb some of this? And maybe we don't know the figure or the dollar amount yet, so I don't know if you can answer that.
Yeah, it's not budgeted.
It's not budgeted.
It's not, it's like it's not part of our budget. So anything that we'd look for savings that existing, you know, vacancies, contracts that happening, that kind of thing, pretty early. Yeah. But it's really would be fund balance.
Okay.
Fund balance, cover the costs.
Okay.
We look to offset that, but primarily that's where we're at.
Okay.
But we
Thank
would
you.
hope, I'm gonna add something.
Mhm.
We would hope this is a 1 year
Yeah.
expense to stave off the problems that we have.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe not recurring, but we would hope that maybe this was a one-time thing until we can get everything under control.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, like I am a firm believer that the two-tier system is the right move, like that we really made a wise decision and a thoughtful decision around a later start time for our middle school students. And I think we're learning some hard lessons about what it takes to really pull that off and do it well and do it through a transition. And so hopefully we'll find remedies that are gonna work for our families sooner than later. All right, that concludes my comments. Chair Castro, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to recommend we take a 5-minute pause before our final topic. Board Member Vandermillen.
May I make a motion to table the final topic till the next meeting?
I think we're gonna power through, depending on what other board members think. Yep. Yeah, so we'll come back at 8:13.
Okay.
Thank you.
We were fine. That November.
Yeah.
It would give us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your work.
Do some of the work.
I'm sure you're just
Give.
Perfect alignment.
Yes.
eating and sleeping and drinking, breathing.
Yeah,
No, I do.
I think we are.
Or
It's still a swing where even.
we answer the calls all day. I'm up at 4. We're, I mean,
Hello, everybody. It is 8:14. Checking to see if we have everybody back.
And I'm increasing the credit of transportation at the moment.
They're not gonna send back the money.
Hey, Bob, can you let them know that we're gonna begin?
Yeah, 8:14.
Thank you.
Oh.
Bob.
You could leave.
This is
Yeah, our
policy.
recess. It's policy next.
You leave.
Oh,
Yeah, our business now.
Vanessa and Ken.
Oh, you want me to do it, y'all?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
We'll talk-
Thank
we'll
you.
talk around.
I'll touch base next morning.
Okay, oh yeah, you brought back.
Must be.
Christmas?
Well, that's what I'm learning for, well appreciated.
They say we never come back.
Have a good night,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We are on our final topic. Over the past few weeks, y'all have, and thank you so much for doing so, sent your feedback regarding policy 1301. And for this conversation, I'm going to ask my colleague on the policy committee to help walk us through some of the synthesized changes we have before you tonight.
Hey,
Board Member Pearson.
I just want to say great work, by the way, on both of you. You guys did an amazing job.
thank you. Appreciate that. So I guess I'm gonna just quickly set the stage. Everyone should have a copy of the updated revised version of policy 1301. And so what we did was we took everyone's feedback that we received and we worked with Neola and Maka to insert everyone's comments. And we had a policy committee meeting on Friday. And we went over the updated versions, tweaked things that made sense and worked together. So this is the version that you will see. Parts that are, we did try to add everything that everyone said, and then parts that we ended up striking out that didn't necessarily fit, or we kind of reworded, you'll see those changes here. So it may seem a little different than the first version that we got at our retreat. That's because that was like the first markup. And then this is the markup based off of our suggested revisions from board members.
So this is draft 2 then?
This is
I
draft.
want to make sure.
Draft 2, sure. We can say draft 2. So I also want to set the stage that our conversation tonight is in hopes of finalizing what possible language changes may need to be had. And you guys reviewing, give it go ahead, like, okay, we can move forward, and then we can come back as a policy committee and then make sure that we wrap it up and so that we can bring it back to the full board meeting for a final vote to adopt this. Now, when I say that, does not mean that it's set in stone that we have to be done today. Again, this is a working document, and the way that we kind of envision as a team, policy committee team, is that 1301 right now will set the stage of us doing our future work of policy. So in that, I want to make sure that we honor the fact that we do have a lot of policies that do need to get updated. And so even if 1301 isn't perfect, down cut to how we want it, we can always revisit 1301. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that it's not set in stone, but it is necessary for us to do our future work. Okay. So as I was talking, I know board members were looking over 1301. And so I think the best usage of our time will go through each section. And I don't know if y'all want me to read it. I don't really want to read it. I might ask for volunteers. We got one. I hope not. Because it's been a long night, but if there are things that are standing out to you, you have questions, from reading, I sent the email last week. So hopefully folks have had a chance to kind of just have a quick glance at it. But yes, let's open it up. We'll start by the bylaws and policies. And when we get to the part that I said in the email, around procedure, the procedural piece, we can have the more extensive conversation around that. So yes, we're at the bylaws and policy section before we get to section 1. Huh? Oh yeah, can you put it up for everyone online? Ms. Blair?
I appreciate all your work. I especially am excited to see, Michelle, I know you really wanted to see this piece in D. No, are we just in bylaws?
Yeah, we're just gonna do the first section.
Okay.
But when we get to the D,
Got it.
well, we can talk about that piece.
Withdrawn. So I'm wondering, to start with,
Yeah.
Michelle had asked a question. What are our bylaws? And I would love to know an answer to that, since we're gonna.
No, that's fine.
To do something with, where are our bylaws? Is that word interchangeable with policy in this document, or does it refer to different documents?
So from my understanding, the bylaws piece happens when we do our board governance. And part of that work is, from what my understanding is, that it's when board governance, whatever model that we choose to have, you create a set of bylaws and whatnot, and that is governing for the actual board. And then, so I think that is where that language is. I guess.
Okay.
We can always take it out too, if we want to like name it something different.
Well, my understanding, when I look at our current board docs.
Yeah.
Which is the 1000 series titled Board of Education. To me, that each section reads like something you would find in bylaws, like.
Okay.
Here's the how the board is organized, what you do if there are vacancies, the standing committees, the other committees, like hours of duty, meetings, like those are things that usually are considered bylaws.
Bylaws, yeah.
But they're not named bylaws, they're just called 1000 suite Board of Education. So I think my question was, is that suite considered the bylaws, and will it be renamed?
1000, yeah, your bylaw is your bylaw. That's what the bylaw are already on board.
Okay.
So with everything to show what you just talked about, so 10021, organization, vacancies, standing committees, other powers and duties, those are.
But they're not named
But they're
bylaws.
not by bylaws. But when y'all remember, this is in Neola's language, so over the goal, like that would then become bylaw.
Okay, so the new suite would be called the 1301 suite?
It would be called so what I've seen in other districts is that piece, the governing piece for us will be, it's just called board's bylaws. And so, but it would be a suite of, it could just be the 1000 suite.
Okay.
So hopefully that answers. Right answer.
It answers, and I'm wondering because it's not labeled right now, I'm wondering either we want to add the numbers into here, or remove the word bylaws, because it's, I mean, if we have to have this long of a discussion, understand what that means, then this is a little bit unclear.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, yep. Any other questions about that first part?
I like the numbers. Or even take out the word if one, I'd be fine. Not clear otherwise.
Okay.
And
I see Ali, you're online.
Yeah, I want to aim this question either at the policy committee or at our general counsel directly. But in terms of our policy on policy and a board member's ability to motion at any given time, with respect to policy, adjustments to policies, amendments to policies, can we get a breakdown of the implications around what it looks like to adjust policy and going into the future, and how the board is expected to engage with policy while maintaining the notice we give to the community and the implications for this policy as it interacts with our ability to publicly notice conversations.
Hi, Frida.
Frida. Okay. So what I hear you say or asking is that how does 1301 in its current, oh, Maka, you unmuted if you wanted to jump in.
Go ahead.
So that 1301 and as it is currently revised, how it is our ability to publicly notice our meetings, or I guess I'm not understanding exactly what you're referring to. And maybe Maka understands it.
Manka, do you want me to restate?
Board member, yes, will you please restate?
Absolutely. So my question is basically, given a board member's ability to adjust policy and engage with policy regularly in posting notice, how often do we include our policy on policies in order to negotiate other policies? And what are the implications for board members' ability to motion to adjust policy or policy documents such as our handbook impacted by this shift in our policy on policies?
So I would say the biggest shift right now, which is what we were aiming to do, is to, one, I know we were clear, the board members were clear that we definitely wanted 2 pass-throughs in terms of reviewing before it was voted on, but also to have the option, if there's a situation where there may be some type of grammatical error or some kind of extenuating circumstance where we would need to amend or even temporarily suspend a policy, we would have the way this is written now, we would have the autonomy to do that in a meeting. I hear you mentioning about notices, and I appreciate that question because yes, generally speaking, not generally speaking, there is an expectation that we provide notice, and that doesn't change with this. I guess the situation I can foresee is if we did have to exercise where we just reference some kind of extingent circumstance where even then, I'm just thinking through, even then we would know coming into that meeting. And so notice shouldn't be a concern, shouldn't be impacted by this, the ability to properly notice.
Thank you. And then when we discuss, I'm sorry, I have a really enthusiastic board meeting attendant in Frida tonight. But Manka, when we post notice to discuss any given policy, do we include this policy in that notice as a navigation tool of the conversation? And because we have to have the conversation as dictated by this policy, is this policy included in what we post in notice when we discuss other policies?
No.
Are you asking if this policy, when we're going to discuss policies, if it should, once you actually vote on this policy, when we have the whatever number it is, let's just go with 1301, if this policy will always be included as an attachment to the notice? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking.
And are you asking if we're required to do so? Or if that's best practice or suggested?
I'm asking if we're required to do so within the scope of the conversation because we have to reference this policy in order to move other policy forward. I'm also asking if it's best practice if we are not required to do so.
I'll actually answer both of those the same way. And that's no, given that once this policy is voted on, it will be accessible and available to everyone, board members or community members, in terms of their accessibility to view the document.
That's it for my questions. Thanks so much, Chair Castro.
Holly. Okay, so see no hands for that part, for the first part. Other than the language around bylaws that we can work on, to make it more clear, I'm guessing we can move on to section 1. Go ahead, Nikki.
I like that we have all policy work is reserved for the board. I thank you. That was my major thing that I wanted in there. I appreciate that. I know we're gonna argue whether procedure and policy go together, but I'm happy on that change, so I will go with the positive on that.
Thank you, Nikki. Go ahead, Michelle.
I mean, overall, I'll just say I appreciate that some of the edits I suggested were incorporated, and I am fine with letter D, us referencing that all new policies shall be examined with an assessment of equity impact based on board policy 1901, educational equity. I'm good with that. And there is an educational equity tool, which is not, I don't know how accessible that is. So I guess my recommendation would be that that tool is either put with the educational equity policy or somehow, because the policy itself doesn't necessarily tell you how to do an equity impact assessment.
So my recommendation, actually, if you look at policy 9001, I think on the second page, it talks about I think you're referencing it, the equity tool.
Yeah.
That needs to actually be one of my recommendations, with that it be added in there, right, when you're talking about it. There are 3 different buckets. So one of them was policy, one of them was budgeting. I can't think of the other one, sorry, right now. I'm about to fail my quiz. But we should embed the equity tool
Procedure.
right there with the call out to budget.
Yeah.
And then it'll be all inclusive. So when you're saying 9001, the equity tool is right there when you already talking.
Yeah, that's my point. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
If we wanted to do something like that, that would go through the process that we're talking about now. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, is enough.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the, as we had a conversation, a full conversation around it, because it's like, where questions do we, like, is it typical to add questions within the policy, whatnot? So our conversation was around that. How do we assure that, like, because these are great questions, right? And I think it's important for us to have that lens as we are talking about anything. And so our conversation was to go back and add that to the works to figure out creating maybe a toolkit for us, and embed it into that 9001, so that it's there, so that people have it accessible and that we have it accessible. So, yes.
So since we're talking about this now, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna also ask that we add that process into part 2 as well, when we're modifying policies.
Okay, yeah,
I was thinking the same thing, and I.
Yep.
Here.
We're still in part 1.
Yeah, we're still.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about that one.
Yeah, so part 2 does have it. I know we'll get there. In the 1, 2, 3 sentence, it says this includes a policy shall be examined with assessment of equity impact based on it. So it has the same similar language. In section 2, the 3rd little sentence at the top. So modifications to existing
Third
board
paragraph.
policies. Well, yeah, it's a 3rd
Oh, there it
paragraph,
is.
but it's actually a sentence. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, 3rd paragraph.
Okay, so when we get there, I'm gonna suggest a little bit of.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no,
You see it? I know it wasn't there in the first.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about section 1? Okay. Good job. Hopefully this is like the rest of the one. We're practicing. Okay, so section 2. I know that you had the question about that. Are you good on it then?
Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to say.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Let me pull up. I just have to go to our previous version. Any questions in the meantime that folks have while I pull up the second part?
I have a question about.
Okay, go ahead.
Last time we were all together talking about this, there was a question about like capacity for number of policies per year. I just wanted, so in the first, this is all policies will be reviewed biannually. What am I missing from like the concern about capacity to review 12 policies annually? To now where it says all policies biannually.
With the suggestion revisions. So I know that for us, we wanted to originally have a 1301 that included more so of like getting the policies, like updating our policy suite and then coming back to 1301 and updating just for like maintenance issues. To me, this is more so addressing it all. So all policies being reviewed biannual, so it's just moving forward, just.
And take out the all.
Take out the all.
The agreed upon number of policies as agreed upon by the board per year.
Let's see.
You know how you are, yeah, because all. Yeah, so I think that my recommendation would be to let's consult with Neola.
Okay.
Because remember, once we get this updated, I think that this update might not be as labor intensive as we think. Because remember, once we move over to truly be aligned with Neola, their updates will already be provided to us. And then it will be easy just to go through them and identify the ones that the board wants to kind of say yes, 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 things of that nature. So I just want to, I want to be careful because I hope that once we get to our board policies updated, we prevent from falling back into the habit where we are now, where we have so many outdated policies.
Right.
And so I would just probably if we can just take that back to community so we can work.
If I can chime in for a moment, I will say that what board member Nikki just pointed out with the word all, I don't think that Neola will have a problem with that. I'm looking at it now and I can see some utility in omitting that word.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maka.
I guess I would just say that I am interested to hear what Neola says around it. And, you know, we like to talk, right? And
Yeah.
so.
Thank you.
Right, our cadence might be different than what they experience in other settings. And so I think we should be cautious around trying to box ourselves into a cadence that we're not going to succeed in.
Yeah, and I actually think that once we get to a point, I think we'll be fine. I think part of it is that as we find our cadence, just keeping in mind that there is going to have to be a heavy lifting from us up front. And I know that in our retreat, we mentioned, we want to have policies that are great, right? But recognizing the fact that we are so far behind with the work that we might have to settle to get it compliant and then come back and.
Yeah,
make a break.
do that.
And I think that that is also part of our charge. So yes, we do like to talk and we still need to move through work. And
I was just, I'm sorry. Well, I apologize.
no, it's fine.
But I was just gonna say, we have over 5,000 policies.
We have a lot.
If
And some
we
of them-
say all, that would be, we are going to review 5,000 policies twice a year.
Mhm.
There is no possible way.
Yeah.
I'm just going literally.
No. And thank you for.
We will cancel.
No more, we're all.
Yeah, I beat, no offense, I'm just saying.
So I do think like, as a policy committee, we have been trying to find efficiencies even for us to get information out to you all. So hopefully how we have been maneuvering has been helpful in kind of saying, hey, we've worked on this. Here's an email, you guys can review this. And then hopefully to cut down some of the questions or wonderings and things like that, because you've had time to kind of marinate, think about it, ask questions back and forth in a way, so we're not trying to like cram everything in one night. And then we're like here for like 3 hours about one thing. Yes, so let me not, okay. Any other questions about part 2? And again, we can come back, we'll update based off of our conversation tonight, and we'll be able to come back and.
Claire, I love you, but don't do that.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Sorry.
What happened?
I was bouncing. I was fidgeting.
I didn't mind the fidgeting, it was the sound.
Okay, oh, the sound, okay. So.
Sorry.
Moving on
No,
to part 3. And so part of the conversation that we wanted to also have tonight, we sent the articles to you all in the email about letter A of section 3. Yeah. And so the administration of policy shall be the duty of the superintendent and district administrator. And so there was a request that we talk about where procedures and policy work lie and the role of the administration. There was caution from our, from Neola, just mentioning just typically the procedural part lies in the work that the superintendent's team does. And that our work is really around the policy piece. We are setting the stage for the policy, and then our administration is the one who is enacting the policies. And so I wanted to open up the question because there was only one board member that came with that suggestion, rightfully so. And so I wanted to open up what people felt or how people felt about or thoughts about the policy and where it lies. Go ahead, Nikki.
Since I'm the one who caused this, very simply, I'm not going to probably win on this point, but I believe for sake of clarity, policy and procedure need to be together. Because when you write policy, that's one thing. Now, if you write the procedure, you literally can write it at a different time and apply it in a different way, in a way that the board did not intend for the policy to be enacted. That I find problematic. There is a solution to that. That would be A, to have a glossary of where the policy is, and B, to notify the board before it happens, so that they can weigh in on it. If those could happen, I can drop my objection on that, because at least the board will have a say and a possible vote if need be to change it. But what I don't want is we had this, the cell phone policy. We had one thing and we had another school do it a different way. I understand you have to tailor it to each school, but if the board doesn't know that it got changed, we're not gonna be able to A, express it, and B, have a say in it. So I think that's a way to avoid, to still allow the administration to be able to do procedure. But we would know where the procedure is and at least know about it We could argue whether or not a vote is necessary, and to be honest, I'm not gonna win that argument either, probably 10-1 tonight. However, I think we at least need to know to be able to set our views to say whether we agree or not. Because this could be very situation, and I hate to bring up something that I don't like bringing up, okay? The one time we screwed up policy with procedure with guidance, which did happen at one point. This situation need not be gone into any further. Problem being is we ended up being responsible and realizing a zero tolerance policy had never been written. I don't want to go through that again. To be honest, that was probably the worst week of my life, phone calls, media, whatever, that I've dealt with in a long time, and I can't even imagine for our other board members. So I think we need a way to avoid that situation from ever happening again. I think just notifying the board that it's gonna happen so we can discuss it would be at least a check without taking away any administration power at the same time.
Thank you, Nikki, for that.
Max, to clarify a question.
Go ahead.
Just what I heard was if board would write the policy, administration would write the procedures, but you would like to be like, I'm even wondering if there was a place on board doc or if there was a website that had listed all procedures and the correlation. So like if there was a cell phone policy, we would list the cell phone policy and then we would list the procedures for it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, which,
So I saw Blair, Laura, and then Michelle.
I support that. I think that would get easy to have a conversation about. Is the policy, do the procedures and so on that you develop, do they meet our expectations of following the policy? And that's the conversation to have. So I appreciate the switch and I appreciate, I think that's a good idea.
Laura?
Okay, so I don't support that. And the reason why is because my understanding is that it is the responsibility of our superintendent to create and maintain those policies. And I think that we need to be really careful about blurring those lines for a couple of reasons. One is our capacity. First of all, I think that this responsibility that all of us have taken on without blurring those lines, just working on policy is massive. And I don't think it's even possible for somebody to do this work if we are also managing.
Could you repeat that last sentence? The engine was roaring and I couldn't.
No.
You don't think it's possible because of the workload?
Okay, yeah, I think that the workload, I think that first of all, there's a couple of, one is we have to be cognizant of our workload. It's already really significant, most of us working full-time and taking this on as an extra thing that we really want to do. I don't want to set us up for adding even more what we should be doing. The second thing is, the idea in my mind is that we hire a superintendent that is going to be excellent at taking a policy and creating a procedure that meets the intention of the policy. And it's our role to then evaluate the superintendent in how they are doing that, rather than to be in doing that with them. So those are my two reasons why I am in favor of having a very clear distinction with policy in our pocket and procedures in the superintendent's pocket.
Thank you, Laura.
And that was part of our conversation, but go ahead, Michelle and then TJ.
right, so I think I'm in between the two. So I thoroughly agree that our board governance lane is policy and getting really good at being in compliance and updating and creating new policy. The procedures, in my opinion, believe with a superintendent and his or her designee. The folks that are in the schools, in the system every day, carrying out the work and understand how it's going to be implemented. My suggestion was that as long as there was a clear place for people to see the procedures, then that would promote the transparency that I believe the board feels is important. And then we would also be able to see the procedures like anybody else in the public.
Right.
We could look at the procedures. If something did not seem, or we had questions, we could get that added to a work group and have a conversation, in my opinion. But I think some of my edits were more like, I don't necessarily want to write the procedures, but I do want to know that they're accessible.
I don't necessarily need to write the procedure.
Oh.
What I need to do is to know when they're being changed.
So I actually believe that Nikki, Lauren, Michelle was saying the same. thing.
I think so.
I think
That's
y'all
what
are
I
all
hear.
saying.
He might be.
I think.
That's
So
what I hear.
I think the expectation can just go back to saying, we have a website that we should begin to look at, like, what are all of the procedures? And we can just have them live so that they are public facing for everybody to be able to see.
Yeah.
And as they're updated, we can do what we do for all of things, updated on 555, like, you know, just
Right.
so people know, like, this is the last procedure or what it is. I think that you're all saying the same thing. So it sounds like what you're saying is the board will focus on policy, the school administration under the supervision of the superintendent or his or her designee will work on the procedures.
I just don't want to see in the middle of the night, a Saturday night massacre type thing where everything gets changed. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I do just want to mention, like, this is not gonna be an overnight piece of the procedures being on, like, I think that's gonna take some work in itself. So I just want to leave that to be realistic in what that can look like.
Thank you. And that was a conversation that we had at the policy committee team too, like just what that might look like and yeah, but I wanted to make sure that we opened it up for everybody to have a discussion. So I'm glad that we got to a good space and we'll update based off of this conversation.
While we're can I ask one?
Yes, go ahead.
While we're updating it, can we still keep a running glossary so people can find it while we're in the process of updating the website so people still know where it is?
I don't know what's the running.
Like, for example, there are policies right now that procedure is on page 400 and the policy is on page 10 in the handbook. Can we just put a glossary to say where the procedure is? So someone can find it until we update the website.
Can we just think about that? Cause I'm not understanding. I don't want to give you an answer on me.
So we'll note it.
That works.
Then we'll talk about like.
That works well.
Okay. Any other possible edits on section 3? Okay, see, no hands. Okay. Section 4. Go ahead, TJ, you want to say something?
I just want to kind of go back to section
3, let's go
sorry,
back. No, go ahead.
and E. I just want to make sure we're kind of being realistic on the things. So one of the things that we call out is just that piece moving to Hmong, which is not a current practice that we have. And so just, I want to be careful about what we're asking. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but again, I want to set expectations because that is not the current practice.
Yep.
So that means we would need to go back to think about all of the current policies. And if that means us doing it, we need to think about our Hmong translator and the time it takes them to do regular translation because of the limited staff that we have in that area. So I just want to be careful about that piece of it.
Yes. I saw 1, 2, 3, or yeah, go ahead.
To that point, and I'm not an expert, but I remember hearing that the the number of Hmong readers is actually quite low in Madison.
You were correct.
So it would be worth thinking, like, is it necessary to translate them all into Hmong, or is it something that we can do on demand as needed? And is that something that and given, even if there are relatively few Hmong readers in Madison right now, we're trying to get more Hmong readers in the Hmong dialect. So just thoughts.
Thank you. Laura?
Okay, so this was my suggestion, and I was a little hesitant to put the language in there. But I was remembering that the communications, and tell me if I'm wrong, the communications that we're sending out to families are in those 3 languages. Is that correct?
Not all. I believe for the most part, we typically do for sure Spanish, and we try to do some Hmongs. It depends on them. I'm not exactly sure if it is all communications all the time. What is all communication all the time for sure is Spanish and English.
So I would be open if other people feel like this is okay to doing just a little bit of research into how big our population is and what other main languages we have, or like first languages we have, just to see those numbers before solidifying that.
That's a good idea.
I did add that one phrase, also when requested by family, students and staff. Yes, but I'm not certain that all families feel empowered to ask for that translation. Which is why I put that in there, but I'm not 100% sold on it.
Okay, so Nikki, then.
The reason why I say it is that Hmong is an oral language. Anyone who is older than younger than the Vietnam War may not be able to read Hmong because it was written by the US Army during Vietnam as a communication system.
It's a recent language.
It's a
written
recent, a
language.
very recent written language. It's almost entirely oral.
I think we're on the same page. I don't know if it should be, all policies shall be translated into Spanish and translation and interpretation is available. Because in some cases, maybe it's not actually like taking all of the policy language and redoing it in written, but maybe it's that you need like a bilingual resource person who can do the interpretation. And I think we do have a sense of the numbers of students, staff, and families who like kind of the other languages spoken.
So do we have the capacity to put recordings on our website?
Website or board doc?
Or board docs? I don't know.
That I do not know. That would be a board doc question that we would need to follow up with.
Because maybe that would make more sense for orally, for languages that are oral.
Okay.
Cause that's the same thing, like, I just wanna be mindful of like the workload. Because whether it's written or oral, that's the same amount of workload for that individual to be able to do those recordings. And so one thing is just considering or thinking about is if it might be something in there. Like that in the green, someone said, we're requested by MMSC family students, or is it a thing of saying like to have policies translated as needed? So for example, if a family, and I just want to say like this is coming from general counsel, so I cannot take credit for this. I want to give credit for Monica because she's over here texting.
Thank you, Monica.
But just saying like maybe the right thing might be to do is that like as needed to have them translated as needed for families versus committing to saying that we are going to translate all of the policies.
Yeah. So that was actually what I was thinking as you all were kind of giving your points, because there's a lot of, just from me understanding some Hmong, there is a lot of words and such that do not translate exactly. So because it is, so there's certain things that don't. So maybe what we can do is in our next iteration of this, maybe play with the language based off of what Maka said and see if we can make it so that there is that option. Check in with board docs and see if that is even a possibility, just to know if it's a possibility. No.
Yeah, I guess the only other suggestion I have is, so as needed. Makes me wonder who's deciding who needs it.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like, if we're gonna use that, then I also want to add the caveat. And as requested by.
Board Member Simkin, no, I'm in agreement with that. It won't actually be as needed. It's more, like you said, as requested. I just don't feel comfortable with as it's written now that it's so open in terms of the language. It's essentially as it's written now, we're committed to translating in whatever language people request and all of the policies. So that's not what we want to do. We're committing to, at least I hear right now, English, Spanish, possibly Hmong. And if there's another language, that's an option. In addition to that, but not the whole suite of policies. It may just be that they're looking for one specific policy translated. Does that make sense? But as it's written now, we're committing to every language and every policy, and that's not what we want.
I understand that. And then in the future, I think as a district, we need to look at AI translators, which are gaining strength rapidly in their ability to accurately translate.
Yeah. Jesse will talk. About that. But no, that's a great, thank you. And well. Any questions about part 3?
I just want language because I want to make sure like we're getting the right language. So for E, it says all policies shall be translated into Spanish. And then, and as requested by family.
The and additional language as requested, when requested.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you so much. Sorry to bring us back, ready for it. Go, let's go.
We've been working hard. Okay, number 4, we're almost done, y'all. Number 4. Any questions? Concerns? Edits or additions?
So in letter B,
Mhm.
what is that part in the parenthesis? Is that actually the language that would go into letter B?
No, that was.
Is that like a little
comment.
footnote?
It's a footnote.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. That was a footnote.
Okay, got it.
For A, is
I read it.
appropriate to have the double negative shall not be inconsistent?
Letter A.
Yeah, can we just say shall be consistent?
Maka, what do you think?
Shall means will.
Hold on, I'm reading.
I feel like we should have Jeopardy music.
Let's note it and I'll look at it.
Okay, we'll note it. Any other portions of number 4? Just from your guys' quick glance. Okay, seeing none. Number 5, last little piece, technical corrections. Any comments about technical corrections? TJ, you got the face. Go ahead, Nikki.
What constitutes substantial consideration or what constitutes a policy versus a practice decision?
Right, was.
On policy,
The policies.
it says that does not reflect a policy decision or substantial consideration, what constitutes substantive consideration and what constitutes a policy decision.
So here, anything that, this one is just about typographical or grammatical errors.
Yes, but when you put it, there's been lawsuits decided by an Oxford comma that's led to a $16 million verdict before. Totally based on punctuation.
Would you want it to say inclusive only? Oh, no, that's not.
Monica, do you wanna jump in on this one? So Nikki just has just a question of what is substantive consideration by the board. And the second sentence at close to the end. I think it's just be determined of what we think, right?
Nick, or board member Nikki, what's your concern and what's your suggestion?
My issue on the substantive consideration is it's too vague. It's how about consideration by the entire, consideration of one meeting by the entire board? Can we do that? Or even just hearing it where 4 members sign off? I'm not sure. To be honest, I just don't know what the term really means.
So the word, you're stuck on substantive, that word?
Yep.
Can you flag that, board member Maya?
Yep. Thanks, Nikki. Oh, substantive. Okay, I've flagged that.
Is that the only word, board member Nikki, that
That's it.
that concerns you? Okay, I'll look at that.
Any other comments about number 4? Or 5, sorry. Monka, anything you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. Sabian has put on the do-rag. So that concludes our part about the policy 1301. We will update what needs to be done through the policy committee. Go ahead, Michelle.
No, go ahead.
Okay, we will update what has been said tonight. We will get out, we'll try our best, go ahead, TJ, our best to get it next week, this week.
I think our next steps will be to formulate, take all the corrections we need, send it over to Neola for them to prepare it to us. Then for it to pass through Monka once again. We meet on the 20th. And by that, well, actually, we probably want to move that meeting so we can get it to use that Thursday through the update. So you will have opportunity to review it one last time
before
Monday.
meeting.
Sounds wonderful.
So we try to keep you abreast of everything. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say, I am super proud of the work we just got done. Seriously. I feel like the opportunity for us to kind of see this a couple of times for those of us that got language in, and the fact that you all like pretty much incorporated most of the edits that we gave.
Yeah, it worked.
Went really well. So
surprisingly, yes.
But I'm really glad to hear that feedback.
They said this day would never come.
It would never come. And we have hundreds of policies to talk about. We're gonna be experts. So, Sabian, I'll hand it back over to you so you can get us adjourned.
Okay, well, thank you. On to our next item, 8.1, adjournment. Can I
So moved.
get a motion?
Nikki,
All right,
so
second.
moved, I second.
All those in favor? All right,
Okay,
Godspeed.
have a good night, y'all.
thank you.
Boy, I